attacks on security operatives, as well as kidnapping agency for its professionalism and discipline, describing their efforts as instrumental in restoring calm and enhancing public safety. Further highlighted a peaceful atmosphere experienced during the Easter period, attributing it to coordinated efforts of the DSS and other security agencies. The governor urged security operatives to sustain the current momentum, emphasizing that the protection of life and property remains the primary responsibility of government and must not be compromised. But also reaffirmed this administration's commitment to making ENUGU a safe destination for tourism, business, and residential living, expressing optimism that continued security operations will rid the state and the wider southeast region of criminal elements. The prelate of a Methodist Church Nigeria's Eminence, Oliver Ali Abba, has called on leaders across the country to emulate the innovative and technology-driven security strategy of the ENUGU State Governor Peter Mbah, describing it as a viable model for tackling insecurity in Nigeria. The prelate made a call during a special Eucharistic service at the Wesley Cathedral in ENUGU, held to mark the 60th birthday of the Archbishop of the Methodist Archdiocese of ENUGU, Most Reverend Christopher Ede, and his twin brother, Peter Ede. Correspondent Chinemere Mkigbanam reports.
It was a moment of deep reflection, thanksgiving, and celebration as dignitaries from across the country converged on the Wesley Cathedral, Enugu, to honor a life dedicated to service, faith, and leadership. Delivering his message, the Methodist prelate, His Eminence, Dr. Oliver Ali Abba, commended Governor Peter Mbah for what he described as a forward-thinking and technology-driven approach to security in Enugu State. He recounted his recent visit to the state's Command and Control Center, where he observed the deployment of advanced surveillance infrastructure designed to monitor activities across the state in real time and enhance rapid response to security threats.
When it comes to security matters, Benue has to come and learn. How? That day he took me to a room, a house, and I was able to see the whole Enugu State in that house.
The celebration also featured the unveiling of a new book authored by Archbishop Christopher Ede titled Start Well, Finish Strong: Leadership Principles for Ministers and Organizational Decision Makers.
It is my honor and privilege to unveil this book that will be read for the benefit of mankind and humanity in general, and also to the glory of God.
Speaking at the event, Governor Peter Mbah described the book as both inspiring and insightful. Mbah noted that the book reflects the Archbishop's enduring commitment to service, humility, and excellence.
Your life is an epitome of the raw material of greatness. Your life symbolizes humility and service.
In his remarks, Archbishop Christopher Ede expressed gratitude to God for 6 decades of impactful living, while appreciating Governor Mbah and other dignitaries for their support and solidarity. He assured that his church will continue to uphold leaders at all levels in prayers, urging them to remain committed to good governance and the welfare of the people.
This church loves you, and we did not mince words about it. And we stood with you, and we are standing with you. Excellency, thank you very much for coming, and we will always be praying for you.
As tributes continue to pour in, the celebration not only highlighted the personal milestone of archbishops, but also reinforced the growing call for visionary leadership and people-centered governance in Nigeria. For many in attendance, the message was clear. True leadership is defined not by position, but by service, impact, and ability to inspire lasting change. In Enugu, Chinemere Mkigbanam, Signature TV News.
Nigeria has taken a major step towards stabilizing its electricity sector following the approval of a 3.3 trillion naira payment plan by President Bola Tinubu to clear long-standing debts in the power sector. In order to strengthen power infrastructure, the Transmission Company of Nigeria has commenced expansion of the national grid through the reconstruction and upgrade of the 138-kilometer Aloji-Onitsha 330 kV transmission line. Project being executed in partnership with the African Development Bank will upgrade the existing single-circuit line to a double-circuit quad conductor system, expected to deliver up to 4 times its current capacity. According to officials, the upgrade will significantly improve electricity transmission to the southeast region, particularly the Aloji and Port Harcourt axis, while also reducing transmission losses and enhancing overall grid reliability. As part of the implementation process, compensation was paid to project-affected persons across Abia and Imo states between March 31st and April 2, 2026. Beneficiaries have been given a 90-day grace period to vacate the right-of-way. An official with the project implementation unit, Aroma Adole, described the project as transformative, noting that it will fundamentally improve bulk power delivery in the region. The project is expected to be completed within 18 months. The Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Mojisola Adeyeye, has warned Nigerians against excessive sodium consumption, linking it to the rising burden of non-communicable diseases across the country. Speaking at a stakeholders' engagement on the draft reduction of sodium in pre-packaged foods regulations 2026, Adeyeye described high sodium intake as a major dietary risk factor, driving conditions such as hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, stroke, and kidney failure. He stressed that reducing sodium intake is now a national health priority, warning that failure to act could further strain Nigeria's already burdened healthcare system. According to her, the increasing consumption of processed and pre-packaged foods, particularly in urban areas, has significantly contributed to excessive sodium intake due to changing dietary habits and rapid urbanization. Citing global standards, she referenced World Health Organization, which identifies sodium reduction as one of the most cost-effective strategies for improving public health and reducing premature deaths from non-communicable diseases. Data presented at the meeting showed that Nigerians consume an average of about 10 grams of salt daily, nearly double the WHO recommended limit of 5 grams. Further estimates indicate daily sodium intake ranges from between 2.85 grams and 10 grams nationwide. Health experts also noted that non-communicable diseases account for approximately 29% of all deaths in Nigeria, with cardiovascular conditions contributing a significant share. Figures worsened by dietary transitions. To address the growing crisis, NAFDAC is proposing new regulations aimed at reducing sodium levels in pre-packaged foods. The measures include setting maximum sodium limits for select food categories, mandating clear nutritional labeling, and encouraging manufacturers to gradually reformulate products. Policy outlines a phased reduction strategy, starting with a 15% cut in sodium content, in line with the WHO's global target of achieving a 30% reduction in population sodium intake by 2030. Adeyeye emphasized that regulation alone will not be sufficient, calling for active collaboration from food industry, researchers, regulators, and consumer groups to ensure effective implementation and compliance. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has appointed former Nigerian Vice President Yemi Osinbajo as Senior Strategic Advisor to its Director General, Jean Kaseya. Appointment comes at a critical time as the agency advances its Africa health security and sovereignty agenda aimed at strengthening the continent's capacity to respond to public health challenges and increasing its influence in global health governance. Initiative focused on boosting domestic health financing, accelerating local production of medical supplies, and reinforcing health systems to better prepare for and respond to pandemics. Announcing the development, Kaseya highlighted Osinbajo's extensive experience across governance, law, finance, and diplomacy, describing his appointment as a strategic move to strengthen Africa's leadership in health, security, and development. In its new role, Osinbajo will provide high-level advisory support on Africa's engagement in global health systems, sustainable health financing, policy direction, and strategic partnerships for both Africa, CDC, and the African Union. The agency noted that the appointment reflects its commitment to mobilizing top-tier African leadership to drive health sovereignty and long-term development across the continent. Nigeria has achieved a significant fiscal milestone with non-oil revenue now accounting for 75% of federally collected funds, signaling the end of a 14-year reliance on crude oil, according to a March 2026 report by Quartus Economics. The report reveals a dramatic shift in the country's revenue structure. Tax revenue now contributes 87% of total federal income, while oil's share has dropped to just 27%. Historically, oil revenue dominated Nigeria's federal income. Between 2010 and 2014, crude oil accounted for about 75% of total revenue, leaving the country vulnerable to global oil price fluctuations. The 2014 oil price crash triggered a fiscal crisis, slowing GDP growth and causing per capita GDP to fall nearly 75%, from $4,322 in 2014 to $1,120 in 2024. The rise in non-oil revenue has been driven by tax reforms, administrative improvements, and key policy measures. This includes a VAT increase from 5% to 7.5%, and the centralization of oil and gas revenue under the Executive Order 9, which boosted royalties by over 200 billion naira in February 2026. The report highlights that a surge in non-oil revenue reflects the government's commitment to creating a more sustainable fiscal foundation with less dependence on oil prices. The government is now in a stronger position to support public investment across all levels of government. Taiwanese opposition leader to meet Chinese Xi in a test of diplomatic skills. Synagogue in Tehran completely destroyed in U.S.-Israeli attack. Details of these and more in our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
As Taiwanese opposition leader Sheng Li-wun meets with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing later this week, the Taiwanese public will be watching closely to see how the two leaders discuss Taiwan's disputed political status in a make-or-break moment for Sheng's political career. The recently elected chairperson of the Kuomintang traveled to Shanghai on Tuesday, accompanied by a delegation of party members. Sheng told a media briefing before her 6-day trip that she aims to show that Taiwan and China are not destined for war, nor do they need to remain on the brink of military conflict. Sheng's trip will take her to Nanjing, the capital of China's eastern Jiangsu province, to visit the mausoleum of Chinese revolutionary leader Sun Yat-sen, revered on both sides of the Taiwan Strait as the father of modern China, before heading to Beijing for her summit with Xi at the end of the week. United States-Israeli strikes have completely destroyed a synagogue in Tehran, according to Iranian media, as the attacks across Iran killed more than a dozen people overnight. According to Iran's semi-official Mehr news agency, the synagogue was destroyed when an adjacent residential building in the Tehran Central was attacked. Footage showed civil defense workers amid the rubble, with Hebrew language books scattered on the ground. The report said that due to the narrowness of the street surrounding the building attacked, the exterior and interior of the nearby buildings were also severely damaged. There was no immediate report on casualties. At least 2 people have been killed in an Israeli strike on the Yahya Abad railway bridge in central Iran's Kashan city, according to Isfahan's deputy governor. The news came on Tuesday, hours after Israel threatened to target trains and railways before U.S. President Donald Trump's deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz expires. Following the Israelis' threats, train travel to and from Iran's second city of Mashhad was cancelled until further notice, according to Governor Hassan Hosseini, who was quoted by local media. U.S. President Donald Trump had threatened to bomb Iran's bridges and power plants unless Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday at 8 p.m. EST. Iran, in turn, has threatened devastating retaliation if the country's civilian infrastructure is hit. A Ukrainian drone has killed 3 civilians in Russia's Vladimir region, while 2 Russian attacks killed 7 civilians in Ukraine's Dnipropetrovsk and Kherson. Drones bombed a residential building in the Alexandrovsky district in the west of Vladimir region, Governor Alexander Avdev said on Tuesday. A couple and their 12-year-old son were killed in the attack, while their 5-year-old daughter was in hospital with burns, local officials said. Meanwhile, a Russian drone hit a city bus in the Dnipropetrovsk region's Nikopol city on Tuesday, killing at least 4 people and injuring 16 others, according to Governor Alexander Hanzer. In the southern city of Kherson, less than 5 kilometers from the front line, a non-stop half-hour Russian attack on a residential area killed 3 elderly people and injured 7 more, Governor Alexander Prokundi said on Telegram. The attacks come a day after Kyiv launched significant attacks on Russia's Black Sea export facilities in a conflict which in the past month has seen Ukraine step up attacks on Russia's energy infrastructure. And that's it on the international news.
Let's turn our attention now to entertainment news.
Nollywood actor and filmmaker Kunle Afod has publicly criticized Ondo State's Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa over the deteriorating condition of basic infrastructure in Ose local government area. Afod, who said he has been appealing to the state's government for nearly a month, expressed frustration on Monday evening over what he described as the administration's continued neglect of citizens' welfare. He highlighted the poor state of hospitals, roads, schools, and other essential services affecting daily lives in the area. The actor also drew attention to the prolonged lack of electricity in several communities, revealing that some have been without power for as long as 20 years. He specifically mentioned Idoani, noting that the community has remained in darkness for the past 8 years.
I am not keeping quiet. I am not keeping quiet. I am calling again on the chairman of Sen local government, C.K. Ojo, Honorable Barrister C.K. Ojo. This call is for you again. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ wo fídíò yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ wo fídíò yìí. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ wo school. Ẹ wo school. Nursery and primary school, CAC, nursery and primary school, ní Ìdúàní, ẹ wò. Ẹ tún wo school eléyìí náà. Ìlú mi lélẹ́yìí o, under the same Ọ̀sẹ̀ local government. Ẹ̀yin ẹ wo school. Báwo lèèyàn ṣe fẹ́, in fact, báwo lèèyàn ṣe fẹ́ kàwé nírú school gbogbo tíṣà ti sá lọ. Kò sí student tó ń lọ school mọ́. Ìgbà tó náà kankan ò tiẹ̀ wọ̀lú mọ́. Báwo làwọn èèyàn ṣe fẹ́ ní ìfọkànbalẹ̀ láti lọ kàwé láìsí jọ́ngù, láìsí nínú gbòòrùmọlẹ̀,
Afford's remarks underscore growing concerns among residents about inadequate infrastructure and the need for urgent government intervention in the region. Nollywood actress Sunshine Rossman has raised serious concerns over the deepening hardship, insecurity, and poverty in Nigeria, questioning when both citizens and leaders will take meaningful action. In an emotional appeal, Rossman lamented the country's worsening economic conditions, highlighting the growing poverty rate and the continued loss of lives due to violent attacks, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. She expressed the stress that despite the severity of the crisis, many Nigerians seem to have become accustomed to the suffering. According to the actress, while the economic challenges are already overwhelming, the ongoing killings and displacement of innocent people have made the situation even more devastating. She noted that entire communities are being forced to flee their homes out of fear, leaving many citizens feeling abandoned and unprotected. Rossman urged Nigerians to speak out and resist normalizing the hardship and insecurity affecting the nation, calling for collective action to address the crisis.
When are we going to wake up as Nigerians? When is it finally going to be enough? Like, is it... We can't even begin to talk about economy right now. The poverty rates. We can't begin to talk about the lack of infrastructure in this country. That's not bad enough. Innocent people and Christians in the north are constantly being slaughtered. Lives are being lost for nothing. The people have to migrate from their towns, from their homes, from their villages, because they know that nothing will be done.
Nollywood actress and filmmaker Iyabo Ojo has announced that her new film, Return of Arinzo, topped the Nigerian box office during the Easter weekend, grossing 104.8 million naira on its debut. The film's distributor, Film One Entertainment, confirmed the milestone, attributing the strong performance to wide audience support across West Africa. The sequel to the 2013 hit Arinzo, originally directed by Abiodun Olanrewaju and Muhyiddin Ayinde, the film has also sparked online reactions following a viral moment involving Funke Akindele and Toyin Abraham at its Lagos premiere. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
I lost my father when I was 8.
A few years later, another tragedy struck.
And my younger brother was shot. He passed.
And in a few years after, another tragedy struck.
My older brother, a car hit him and he died instantly.
It made her give up on her faith.
And I just gave my life to Christ.
Right. Started her career in finance when she was called to turn around the fortunes of a failing radio station called City FM in Lagos.
The statement was, we know you don't know anything about radio, but you know how to run a business and you know how to make money.
Within 4 years, and she was being hailed as a whiz kid.
More like I took it from scratch.
Because almost 10 years after that miracle, her colleagues had conspired to get her kicked out. They accused her of misgovernance and misappropriation.
I was at home for 7 months. No one knew.
For the first time ever, Adedira Allen is honest, candid, and vulnerable with Chude.
Come for me.
So your dad passed at 8, so your mother raised you as a single mother then?
Yes, she did.
Were you the only child?
No.
Right.
Okay, that's another part of my life that I talked about when I was 50. I just turned 50 in July.
Yes, I want to talk about
So my mom had 3 of us, myself in the middle and 2 boys, first and the last.
Right.
So when I lost my dad, I was 8, and we had to move out of the family house to go. My mom had to just, fend for herself and.
Why did she have to move out of the family house?
Polygamy. Polygamy. Right. Okay, now we have to rent the house out. We have to pay bills. Your dad left mortgages, and all of that. So my mom just,
so she left by herself.
So she left by herself.
Let me
leave so that we can, rent the house and then start making money to pay the bills that your father left. Okay, right. And so we moved to our own accommodation where my mom rented, or which my mom rented. And so in the course of it, we had an armed robbers attack, and my younger brother was shot. This was when he was maybe 18. This is a part of my life that I've never spoken about in the course of many years. And so he was shot by armed robbers, and he survived actually. And it wasn't a big gun; it was all those pellets. So he was shot in the eye. And the pellet traveled to his brain. He had a neurosurgeon come to do surgery, and he survived. But somehow 6 months or 8 months down the line, he passed.
Oh.
So that was my younger brother.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. And so, okay, my mom carried on with the 2 of us. And along the years again, my older brother somehow was coming back home. Okay, he got married, and so both of us, I got married, he got married, and so he had a kid. And on his way back to the house, when he was coming from the island, he had an accident on Ikorodu Road. He left his lane and went to the other lane, and a car hit him, and he died instantly. And that's what has made it become only myself today for my mother. I spoke about it briefly when I turned 50 in July, but I didn't go into this detail. So you're the first person I'm ever going to go into this detail with.
Oh, thank you for sharing it with me. But that is a lot.
It's a lot. So you can imagine what my growing up was like. I guess it formed part of my strength. Excuse me. So people will look at me and say, excuse me, I'm very strong. I'm a strong woman. I mean, you've been through quite a lot.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do just to get strength?
Yeah.
And then that was what drew me to. Actually, because of all this, if I use the word calamities, I found myself run to Jesus and say, you know, it seems like I need solace. I need something strong that would hold me, you know, away from all these calamities that is happening around, you know.
Yeah,
my family.
yeah. Then you said there was a big incident where people tried to...
Oh, that happened recently, actually.
Oh, recently?
So, my leadership style or my management style is, I'm not a dictator. I try not to be a dictator. I try to make it one of inclusion where everyone has an opinion. So we have management meetings, and before I take a decision, I would say, what do you think? You know, teamwork, work together. Not necessarily MD said or MD has given the authority, and that's it. No. And so I have a management consisting of, you know, marketing manager, human resources, accountant, engineer, head of engineering, head of IT, news, you know, like 8 or so of them.
Right.
And we have management meetings and we would talk about everything. And I would just give them the free hand. Sometimes I would simply say, okay, if I'm not available, you guys can go ahead and do the management meeting. It's fine. Someone can chair it. I'm okay. Just go ahead and give me minutes.
Right.
Let me know what I need, what you guys have talked about. And so, a particular year, I just noticed that I was abroad. I was going on holiday back in 2022, actually, quite recent. And by the time I got to Dubai, I was in Dubai. I was Dubai and going to the UK. By the time I was in Dubai, I just got a mail that there were some accusations or allegations about me doing certain things, practices in the organization by, you know, some of my board members. And so I was like, okay, no, let me go back. I was built to travel, okay? And just the week that I was built to travel, my board decided to pay a visit, which is normal, okay? How do you run things? How, you know, what are your, how do you mitigate that, you know, we don't have losses or, you know, there are no leakages? And so I explained all of that to them, and I thought that was it. And so a couple of other questions I answered, and I moved on and I traveled. So while I was there, I got a mail telling me that, again, I've not shared this, so I'm sharing quite a number of things with you, Chidi. I don't know why.
Thank you.
So then I got a mail that, okay, I've been accused of some misappropriation.
Right. Wow.
Misappropriation of funds, corporate governance.
Right.
You know, I didn't follow corporate governance. Some I didn't do some of my due diligence as a CEO.
Right.
Okay. So they picked 1, 2, 3, 4 things. And I looked at those and I'm like, okay, these are, I have explanations as to why this happened. So initially I thought, you know, in the boardroom, you have 1, 2 people that just don't like you and they want you out. So I thought it was one or two of those people that were behind the, you know, allegations.
Right.
And so I started to face them and I said, okay, this and this and this and this. And before I knew, Jack Robinson, they convened a board meeting, an emergency board meeting. And at the board meeting, they said, oh, these are the allegations against Mrs. Allen. We now have to go ahead and investigate these allegations. I couldn't say anything. There was no explanation, no, did you do this, did you do this, answer.
Right.
I still thought it was one of those two of those board members. So And then I went, so one of my directors then said, okay, Ms. Allen has to step aside. Either she goes on suspension or she goes on some compulsory leave. Everything happened fast.
It's like a movie.
So I just kept quiet. And we ended that board meeting, and that's how I moved to the side. So when I left, then I'd actually gone to see my son in the UK, so I was kind of distracted, with his academics and all that. So then I said to myself, okay, I don't like the taste of this. You know what, Doja? Just resign. So I then sent him my resignation letter to the particular director that I'm going to resign as CEO of City FM. I don't like all of this. And so I resigned.
Wow.
Then I called my spiritual mentor. I said, this and this and this happened. I've resigned. She said, no way. You don't do that. You will never resign. No one is being accused. She first said, are you sure your hands are clean? I said, yes. You didn't do anything? I said, yes. You didn't manipulate? I said, yes. She said, okay. You can't resign. You will face it. Yeah. She said, you must clear your name. If you resign like that, you're going to regret it. Right. And you will never get over it.
Wow.
So I heard those voices, her words. So I said, okay. But I've already resigned. She said, don't worry. Something will happen. So I stayed back. And then started to unfold that my management team were the ones behind it. They instigated all forms of accusations and went behind to start to talk to my directors and whisper to them, she did this, she went here, she didn't do this. Sometimes we don't even see her in the office, all those. Yeah. I know I have one or two board of directors that like gossip. They like, they will listen to anything. And that's where the whole picture it became very clear to me that, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a team who feel that, maybe one of them wants to become the MD or they feel that, whatever.
Right.
So it became clearer and I knew the battle I was fighting.
Right.
And so it gave me more energy to fight the battle.
Right.
So fortunately for me, I then started to speak to my other directors, and then someone who knows one of my directors came into the picture and then asked me the question. So I told him everything that happened. And I was like, okay, this doesn't mean that they should, ask you to step aside or then you have to resign. So I said, well, I've already resigned. He was like, you shouldn't have resigned as well. So he then went and sort of intervened and spoke to the majority shareholder and then another person who then said, okay, you know what? Doja should withdraw her resignation letter.
Right.
And just be on the compulsory leave while we investigate all these allegations against her. So I did it. Withdrew my resignation because I needed to clear my name. And an investigation panel was constituted and looked into all the allegations, every single allegation against me. So I faced the panel, answered all the questions, and of course, there and then, even the panel could see that, okay, madam, these are some corporate governance issues that you are the CEO, you should have, did all that. And I explained, I said, yes, I agree that, I missed, I dropped the ball in one or two places and all that. But there and then I knew that it was my management team that were behind that. These were people that I trusted.
Yeah.
Now, so Chude, let me come to your side. Remember when you said to me that people would say Christians?
Yeah.
They were Christians, Chude. Tongue blasting.
Yeah.
You can imagine my level of disappointment.
Yeah.
Christians that sometimes will hold hands and be
kabashing
in the office. Shakaka.
Yes.
And so I went through it all. I waited it out, and I was glad for that counsel.
Right.
Where my spiritual mentor then said, Don't.
Yeah, yeah.
So I waited. I was at home for 7 months. No one knew. No one knew.
What year was this?
2022.
Wow.
No one knew. Again, you're the first person. When this goes up, 7 months.
Wow.
I was out of CTFM for 7 months. When I was filling your form and, I was asked, question of what the things that shaped me. These are the things that made me quite strong and determined never to fail. Never to fail. Doesn't matter what it is. So I'm sure it would encourage 1 or 2 people out there by the time you bring this out.
Yeah, of course.
So I weathered it. Even the staff of CTFM never thought I was going to come back.
Right.
But I knew I was going to come back. Because by the time the investigation report came out, it was clear that my hands were clean.
Right.
Whatever the report said, picked this, picked that, picked these little things. What it pointed out was the board's failure of the oversight function of the managing director. Right. Even if she did this and this, you as a board, how have you, and then, we had quite a lot of loopholes that, we hadn't done. We didn't have board committee. Our board committees, they were it was weak, and that's the truth.
Right.
And so we needed to tighten all that.
Right.
So I waited at home 7 months, of course, 7 months of praying, kabashing on my own and my team, that I must go back. Even if at that point, in fact, 2-3 people around me were like, Georgia, even if it means you're going to go back and just clear your name
and then leave.
Right. Anything that happens in future, you went back. They will never bring back a thief or someone that doesn't know what they're doing. So you must clear your name and go back. True to the council. Everything came out fine. Nothing against me. Nothing traced to my bank account. Nothing whatsoever. So out of the blues, 7 months after a new board was constituted, the former board was then dissolved. And then the new board was constituted, and I reached out to them and said, I needed to make a case from what happened with the last board. So I wrote a letter, put everything on the letter, explained myself, and asked to see the new board and bring up all evidences and what I'd done in the organization and that. Put out the investigation report. Just to discuss with them, because again, the former board were my accusers and they cannot be the juries, and how they say it in the court. So somebody else has to look into it, with fresh eyes, and see the points. And so that's what I did. So I went after that again by counsel, write to your new board and let them know what's going on. And so wrote to them. Meanwhile, the management then were thinking, they're the ones in charge now. Ms. Allen is no more there. Out of the picture. They used to refer to me as the former MD of CTFM, former MD. No problem. I knew what I was up against or up for. So I did that. And then the new board called me in and spoke to me and asked me to make all the explanations. I did all that. And before I knew it, I got a letter to say, you know what, you're being reinstated.
Right.
So I came back. I was so excited.
I
knew some people were going to be in trouble.
Sacha was back in the building.
Happily back. So by the time it was announced that Georgia is coming back on Monday, of course, they took off.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Signature Morning, your favorite breakfast show on Signature TV. Today is Wednesday, the 8th day of April 2026, and it rained last night, and the weather is so cool and calm, and it's a very good way, to start the morning. And I hope your morning is as beautiful and as cool and calm, and you're well prepared to get ahead with the day's activities. First of all, starting with our signature morning. Thank you so much once again for joining us and for being a part of the program this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and coming up next, we'll be having our newspaper headlines and review. Time to look at the headlines we have on our dailies this morning. First up, The Nation newspaper. Now, on the major headlines of The Nation, it says ADC crisis. David Mark-led NWC state chairman clash. With Ryder, we commend INEC for delisting Mark. Others, Abdullahi, party will contest election. Forum of ex-Southeast governors rally support for Tinubu. Trial of 500 terror suspects opens in Abuja. One jailed for 10 years. Zenith Bank posts 1.26 trillion naira profits before tax. And CBN to recapitalize BOI, BOA, DBN, others. Tinubu's visit, how Lagosians can avoid traffic by government. Edu says Nigeria strong to withstand shock, gains of war in Iran. Oil production now 1.84 BPD. Our position good, says CBN. Page 9 says pension assets hit 29.43 trillion naira in February. And page 5 says Shekarau Yusuf in talks. Now, the Punch newspaper, page 7, major headlines, 2027 battle. ADC crisis worsens as faction claims control. Mark-led ADC insists on convention, aggrieved chieftains announce caretaker committee. Still on the Punch, NCC orders telcos to compensate subscribers. Police arrest Lagos robbers, recover 14 guns. Oil shock. World Bank predicts 3.1 point inflation rise for Nigeria. Doctors end strike, hospitals reopen. Tinubu's visit, Lagos announces partial road closures. That is what we have on the Punch newspaper. Now let's look at the Vanguard and see what we have on the headlines. All right, we still see ADC is on the headlines of the Vanguard on page 5 as the crisis deepens as third faction emerges. Kachukwu's camp names Kingsley Temitope as interim national chairman. Backs INEC's decision, disowns Mark Gombe. They are being opportunistic. Court will decide. This is from Bolaji Abdullahi. Heavens won't fall if ADC, PDP are not on ballot. And this is from Lagos APC. Dictatorship looms if opposition is crushed. This is from Gani Adams. Vows to speak up, defend democracy no matter who is in power. Page 9 says PDP chieftain Benga Hashim resigns from party as reconciliation effort collapses. Poverty remains high, 40% of children stunted in Nigeria from the World Bank on page 19. Now the Nigerian Tribune says trial of 500 terrorism suspects begins in Abuja. 227 suspects arraigned, court sentences 4 to various jail terms, trial to last 1 week. Trump says whole civilization will die during threats to Iran. Rising costs, weak investment weigh on business performance, NESG BCM. Plateau killings, angry women, youths protest, obstruct mass burial of victims. Death toll rises to 33. Olubado inaugurates Ibadan Community Security Guards. 2027 adoption of consensus candidates triggers controversy in Oyo APC. CSOs decry deepening insecurity, rising poverty, saying Nigeria at the brink of collapse. And on page 13 it says Obi seeks clarity on 10.6 trillion naira approved for power sector debts in 2 years. Health report says daily aspirin may do more harm than good for cancer prevention. All right, now the Guardian newspaper, page 6, major headline, Middle East crisis exposes costly weakness in Nigeria's cloud economy. Oil windfall, World Bank cautions FG against profligacy. NAFDAC links hypertension, stroke epidemic, others to salt intake. Still on the Guardian, bandits kill 6 in Bauchi community as groups raise alarm. UN chief hinges Africa's food security on Dangote global partnership. NORD suspends planned strike as Shetima intervenes. Ogun doctors comply. National Police Day, Tinubu underscores intelligence gathering as IGP salutes fallen heroes. Chaos as rainstorm damages Abuja transport project. Angry women halt mass burial in Angwan Rukuba as death toll rises. And finally, on the Daily Trust newspaper, Nigeria on the brink of collapse from the CSOs. Flay killings, abductions, rising poverty. Ask government to protect democracy from hijack. Rebuild trust in judiciary. Rainstorm destroys multi-million naira bus terminal in FCT. Boko Haram suppliers jailed as FG begins trial of terror suspects. Bandits kill Abuja businessman, daughter, despite 12 million naira ransom payments. Your actions bad for Nigeria's democracy, Kwankwaso tells nephew Bala. What next after PDP convention on page 6? Katsina residents abandon roads over attacks. And finally, on the Daily Trust newspaper, Zenith Bank posts 1.26 trillion naira PBT, declares 10 naira per share dividend. That is the headline on the Daily Trust and also on all the papers we have this morning. And now it's time for our review. Chris Maduka, good morning.
Good morning, Uche. And good morning, dear people of the world. Welcome to another day on Signature Television Newspaper Review and Signature Morning.
Of course. Now let's start with what the headline says on the Daily Trust and on all the papers. The CSOs are saying that Nigeria is on the brink of collapse. They are decrying the worsening poverty despite over 100 trillion naira budgets in 2 years and also the rising insecurity in the country.
There is a saying in my place, and it's a proverb. I say it in Igbo. I'm always more comfortable with my Igbo language, I'm sorry. It says, whenever anybody wakes up, that is when he begins to count his money or her money to be gender balanced. Now, what does that mean? If the CSOs are beginning now to see that Nigeria is on the brink of a collapse, it is when they started to, it's when they have woken up to the truth. Nigeria has been on steady rise to brink of collapse since 64 years ago. Every subsequent government in Nigeria has walked the rope of leading Nigeria to collapse, directly or indirectly. I don't know who is pulling the strings, but you will see clear case of issues that are tensing up the out situation, and people will just gloss over it. You know? There's also the proverb when they say that once evil stays over time and nobody will want to fight it, once insincerity, lies, wickedness stay over time, it becomes culture. Why are you going to tell a child who was born in 12 years ago, just do the mathematics, 2012 to now, are you going to tell him that bandit and terror, bombing, killing, beheading, raping is not a way of life in Nigeria? It's become the culture. Who are you going to tell that rigging election, the winner takes it all, muffling oppositions with all power of federal might? That is not a culture of Nigeria. And people will want to justify it. That's how politicians, that's how they do. If it's their turn, they will do the same and that. And they keep pushing Nigeria to the blinks of... When you do it and you get to a point, when we were kids in the school, we used to say one thing, when things get to the third place and they just stop there. What of if you push Nigeria to a point where the thing will not go, the elasticity level stops and the thing will snap? For how long are we going to live like this? Trial of 500 terrorists. We know that we have 10,000 captured and kept somewhere, awaiting trial, being kept. We just trying to do ceremonial trial of 500 in Tribune. Trial of 500 terrorists up begins in Abuja. It's something to celebrate. Come, for the government, we tried 500 terrorists. They arraigned 227 and court sanctioned, sentences to various jail terms. When these things are happening, that why are we doing ceremonial trial of people who are meant to killing us and they keep killing? Why are we sounding political right? Who will be the next that will die before we really take hard decision? Why are we doing this? What do we want to achieve? Where do we want to take Nigeria next? That's on the level of that. Come to politics. Come to money, how money is spent on issues. We spend money like people who don't have tomorrow for Nigeria. It's because Zobi is asking. In 2 years, 10 point something, how much trillion? A million? Or whatever, I don't know what that means.
10.6 trillion naira.
10.6 trillion has been given, spent on energy, electricity. These are people who went clearly to BPE market, Bureau of Public Enterprise, that was led by El-Rufai. Then sold off the market, gave power to individuals in that says, and government has spent this amount on it and approved. Like 2 days ago, the president approved 3 point something trillion again to liquidate their debt. So, what is the essence of giving it to them to operate? Why are we spending this money? And where is the justification and accountability? Is it because you are in government, you just be approving people in government? Check the number of people in Senate. Check the number in Federal House of Reps. Check the number of ministers. Put them to the percentage of population of Nigeria. And these are the people who take decision of over 240 million people. And they are not up to 1 million net of a percentage of it. But whatever decision they take is to look at where it kept us. 1,700 naira per liter of fuel. At average, Nigeria. Look at the house rent, look at the food, look at telecom, look at electricity. And we are still borrowing and spending. If we are not, why were we worried? If we are generating this money in Nigeria and we are spending it the way we want, that we used to do in the past, when one of the Nigerian leaders were quoted as saying, our problem is how to spend money, we won't be worried. We keep spending out. Yes, tomorrow, our children of tomorrow, we're spending their future today with all recklessness, without no consultation, no do this. You just spend, approve money and go on. Go ahead, so many things. ABC crisis.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm coming to. ABC crisis deepens as, and they're saying that Kachiku's camp names Kingsley Temitope as interim national chairman.
Now, listen. I got so shocked this morning when I got to read that the snake that used its tail to touch PDP has beaten ADC. That's the last level of hopelessness in Nigeria political structure, democratic structure, has come. The center cannot hold again. The knife on what held Nigeria together politically and democratically has been struck with the big machete, and the thing has caught. If ADC has been paralyzed, infiltrated, and they put stooges who will make sure that ADC do not go, and somebody sat in Lagos said heaven will not fall if ADC and PDP do not go to if their name do not appear in the ballot. Of course. If anyone APC's name do not appear in the ballot, that heaven will fall. That is democracy. That is somebody who said he's a Democrat. And that's somebody who put his name as APC representative in Lagos. And as far as you're concerned, he's a progressive, he's a Democrat. And these are things that the world is watching and they're hearing. Look at it. That somebody sat. Heaven will not fall. ADC and what's the difference with what Idi Amin said when he attacked Tanzania those days? Uganda, Idi Amin style was go to the borders of Uganda, kill some of our men, tell the world that Tanzania killed them, attacked us first. That is it. That is our despotic democratic style. That's somebody is selling to us that, West ADC, West PDP, let's go to the pool with APC, and that Nigeria will be okay. I am not a politician. I am reviewing headline. And when I'm reviewing, I'm looking at it the way my mind is telling me. I might be right or wrong. But if it is right that all the member parties in Nigeria, their name do not appear in the ballot that we are going to put, I would have also suggest there is no need then putting big budget again for another election that we know is a walkover. We can as well make, like I said, everybody in Nigeria now is a member of APC, because that directly or indirectly would have little choice than to join the moving party. That's the moving train. Everybody is there. We are there already. So let's go within there, fight for positions, kill ourselves, the more than left, leave Nigeria, and that's all. Instead of wasting time talking about opposition, everything opposition has put hand has been stalled. That's no hope for opposition in Nigeria. If ADC is now led by Mark, somebody is going to court again, challenging somebody before they come back. And there are how many months to election? These people have not held Congress. In all the states that all the state governors have joined the APC, all the blame, they now make sure that these ADC do not stand. Who are they deceiving? And if Nigeria had acted this way, will these people who have been there? Let me sound like our former First Lady. There is God, though. There is God, though. Because this is not sounding well. I don't know how comfortable somebody will sit on somebody and be eating salad and thinks that they will sit there. My father said that Ojihe nwata weni aka enu akalobie wetu nwata ewekwu ihe. When you hold something belonging to a kid and you raise your hand up because you're an adult, very soon your hand will begin to pain you. You bring it down, the kid will take his own. So, what does that mean? Let akakaka bajiaka, let the power that be hold on. But it will not last. We have seen it in Nigeria where we're not teaching that lesson. After all, PDP once told Nigeria that we rule Nigeria for 60 years. At 16 years, their hand they were shook.
Okay,
took it.
Let's look at another one. Now, yesterday we read about the doctors planning to go on strike, and today we see that they have suspended the planned strike as Shetima intervenes, and the hospitals are now reopened again.
That's the only thing that's putting our vice president on a good note. Anytime now they breathe, cough, he will catch cold and go and say, "Hey, don't worry, my children." And you know what I found stupid? I'm sorry to use the word. But they say our vice president, Shetima, had intervened in Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors strike. The picture of the Minister of Health appeared in one corner, and they said the Ogun State medical doctors comply. That is the highest level of what they call it. It's what they call it. I mean, how do we put it? Divide and rule. The highest level where the whole National Association of Resident Doctors in 36 states of Nigeria with Abuja threatened strike. They even started. Then the vice president went, and the newspaper reports that the Ogun State complied. Divide and rule. It means the whole structure of NAD has already is only Ogun State doctors that are patriotic. And before the vice president will say, "Can you stop this? It's not going to help us." They say, "I will comply, sir. Sir, we will comply." Then every other person will be complying along the line as their unpatriotic level will lead them. It's Nigeria for you. It's in our newspaper today. At the Ogun State Medical have complied with it within the. If we are celebrating that the vice president intervened, he has intervened before, they stopped, intervene again. Dear vice president, keep intervening. Let our National Association of Resident Doctors in Nigeria not even threaten again. Let's intervene for life. Let them stop. Let it not be that when you're not there, they will go back on strike. Let's sort out the source of this idea, their penchant of going on strike, and then nip it at the board, so that even in the level of our medical health delivery, primary or secondary health delivery in Nigeria, a level of decadence and dilapidation, let there be still see some sense of delivery of health in Nigeria instead of collapsing totally, like most of the sectors in Nigeria have collapsed, and we are just pretending. But if you say it, if you are not being paid by opposition to say, hey, this one is not working, it will be that you are unpatriotic, and then there is the common word that politicians always, they all surplus elements. If you don't fall within that, if you want to say, this is not working, or if it's working for you, it's not working for me. After all, what is working for National Assembly members and all the ministers and political office holders in federal and state government and local government are not working for ordinary Nigerians. So if we as ordinary Nigerians say this is not working, those ones will look at us as unpatriotic. But it's good for them. One day, and that's what has perpetuated the wickedness in Nigeria, because they got to a point where every Nigerian is waiting for opportunity to grab power, to dispose it. If when I am in power, I consider that Uche is staying by the side, and that what is good for the geese is good for the gander, I will treat you right. And then you will even, the penchant to kill and bury and behead and do anything to get to Abuja will not be there, because you know that if anybody gets there and have a fair share, this scrambling and petitioning and killing and doing all this one of Nigeria political structure will not be there. But because people who are there before dispose things as the winner takes it all, that is what has put Nigeria on a restless run of low cost. Nothing has been at ease. Every Nigeria will go. That's why you go to all the churches in Nigeria. If you're not praying for political appointment, you are praying to Japa or praying for the next man to die. All the enemies, die. Who are the enemies? We know them. They are all common enemies. Nigerian politicians are the common enemy of Nigerians. So we go to church, pray against them, so that we have opportunity to show them their wickedness. And that's why we are where we are. Until we begin to get there and consider that Adamu is a Nigerian, Okeke is a Nigerian, what they call it, Kojo is a Nigerian, all the ones, Sheyi is a Nigerian. All this, we put everybody together and move on as Nigeria instead of deceiving ourselves. And that's what is happening. Put us on. And then somebody yesterday, I saw a viral video that said, no Nigerian hates anybody. Some people are playing Nigeria on the chessboard of international politics and making us kill ourselves to fight. They're looking at our resources. I just wish it's not true. If it's true, and we give ourselves to kill ourselves and leave us, whoever has eaten his brother for dinner has gone to bed on empty stomach. If it is Igbos that kill the others and then the foreigners come and take Nigeria, that is how are you going to explain it? If it's Yorubas, if it's Fulanis, and when you finish, some other person will come and push you away and take Nigeria. What have you achieved? You have only killed yourselves to give up your property to other people. Do we see those things putting up? Well, I begin to think differently yesterday. Because ordinarily, when I was growing up in Nigeria, you can't hear of what's happening in Nigeria. Killings and counter killings without emotion and all. It's getting out of hand.
It's quite
somebody must be pulling these strings. And Nigerians cannot be puppeteers. They tie you to the string and pull you. That's like this, killing each other, and they were talking.
All right, Chris. I mean, it's quite sad that, you know, we are down to this level. But I understand, as you always, your passion when you speak about these things. But we have to wrap it up now because, you know, our time is up and we've covered most of the headlines that we can.
Yeah, Uche,
yes, thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for your review this morning. Don't forget your pay offline before
before the Middle East crisis exposes costly weakness in Nigeria cloud economy. Yeah, I just want us to take note of that. When the Middle East crisis, we're using it as an excuse for our failure. And of course, there are so many excuses we still have for our failure. God bless Nigeria. God bless you, Uche. God bless Signature TV. God bless me too, because God bless you for having tolerated my shouting and talking at high level and the energy and passion. It's for Nigeria to be good. That's all. I have nothing against anybody. But remember, when we say God bless everybody, remember the God blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Thank you once again, Chris Maduka. We'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome back. Now, still looking at INEC and, their role so far, particularly when it comes to the opposition parties leading towards 2027 elections. We'll be bringing an interview we had with Barrister Asim Adams, a legal practitioner, talking about INEC in the eyes of opposition parties in Nigeria.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, welcome back to Signature Morning. We're still having our discussions for the day. And we have joined us via Zoom this morning Asim Adams, who is a legal practitioner. And we're talking about, INEC in the eye of the opposition parties. You're welcome, Barrister Asim Adams. Thank you so much for joining us. Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Now, looking at INEC, what do you think about INEC so far and how their handling of the situation, particularly what has been all over the news this period between INEC and the ADC and also political parties leading up to 2027 elections? I'd just like to, hear what you think about INEC and the role they have played so far.
Well, what I think about INEC and the role they have played so far is not different from my stand right from 1999 to date. Why am I saying this? If you look at the trajectory from 1999 to date, all of the INEC bodies from Olusegun Obasanjo to today, politicians and Nigerians have not had confidence in them. There is no time you will tell me, or we keep saying in Nigeria, where you will tell me that from that 1999 date, the body called INEC, Nigerians have had confidence in any of them. Talk less of this particular one we have, the Professor Amupiton. The reason for this is not far-fetched. The loss of confidence in INEC is that there is this principle of he who pays the piper dictates the tune. We will keep having this problem in Nigeria until presidents who contest elections, who participate in elections, are the ones that will choose or nominate INEC chairman in Nigeria. Because you cannot be participating in an election as a president or a sitting president, and you still go ahead to nominate who is going to head the old bossman arbiter that we conduct an election that we are participating in. It's like students, organization, or union coming together to dictate to JAMB who is going to be the DJ of JAMB in an exam they are going to participate in. There can never be fairness. There can never be happiness. There can never be equity. Because the sole appointer of INEC chairman, the head of the INEC body, is the president. And if a man in Nigeria, for instance, I know the Nigerian factor, that the moment somebody appoints me to a position of authority like INEC, I am bound to do the bidding of that man. In other words, I will say a thank you. I rub my back, you rub my back. So I must walk to the whims, caprices, and dictates of the man who appointed me. That is why we have this problem with INEC. Because, like I said, for 27 years of our democracy, Nigerians, I'm asking them this morning to point to one INEC chairman that has received 50% endorsement from Nigeria. None. So we will keep rigmaroling in this circle until so that is that problem. So for 2027 and the INEC, not just me losing confidence in them, majority of Nigerians have lost confidence in them. And let me remind you quickly, because Nigerians forget so easily. In 2014, when Jonathan was in power, we had similar issues with INEC. Nigerians asking for INEC chairman to resign. Opposition party, the then opposition party APC, was asking the INEC chairman, Jega, or whoever the man's name, to resign. That was November 19th. Bola Tinubu, Buhari, Rotimi Amechi in ADC today. David Mark in ADC today. El-Rufai in ADC today. Malami in ADC today. Odigi Onyegu in ADC today. When they were working in cahoots with Buhari at that time to take over power from Jonathan, they formed a similar coalition. And they asked INEC chairman at that time to resign. 2014, fact check me, November 18th, November 19th. At the end of the day, there was a protest all over Nigeria, just like we're having today now. The INEC chairman must resign. The reason why they were asking the INEC chairman to resign at that time was lack of confidence, like we're having today. That the INEC chairman will be biased in the elections coming up in 2015. But to tell you the ironical part of it, when Jega, the same Jega now came and gave victory to APC, who criticized it about 3 months ago, they accepted the results. That is the hypocritical nature of Nigerians. So you find that is the same thing playing out. So there is no way the opposition will be satisfied with INEC. There is no way Nigerians will be satisfied with INEC until and unless we change the method of selecting or choosing or nominating who INEC chairman should be done by a sitting president. People, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the one that nominated Professor George Amupintan. And the same Tinubu that nominated him is participating in the election in 2027. Is that not an aberration? So we put things wrongly and you expect to get a different result. It's not possible. So that is the problem we are having today in Nigeria. So we can never, see, the man, George Amupintan, can never be fair to the opposition and Nigerians. He is doing the bidding of Tinubu. And there is no way you can tell me that he started with Tinubu administration. No, it has been like that. Until we correct that foundation, I don't think we'll have good elections in Nigeria. That is my take upon this.
All right, Barrister Adams. Now you've said quite a number of things, but let us look at what is currently happening, in the ADC with INEC. Now, INEC says it is, not going to recognize any faction within the ADC due to ongoing leadership disputes. Now, do you think that INEC has the authority constitutionally to suspend the operational capacity of a political party in the manner that they have? And even the ADC has come out to say that INEC is laying landmines, stopping them from fielding candidates. So where do you see, or how do you see what is playing out currently between INEC and the ADC? Do you think that they have the right to suspend their activities or to not recognize, the leaders that are being presented to INEC?
For me, I believe that INEC acted or traversed that particular judgment order. It's my personal opinion, and the reasons are not far-fetched. You see, INEC is a party in that particular suit before the Court of Appeal. And when the order was given, is it not an aberration that INEC, being a party in that suit, is the same INEC that is implementing or executing the judgment of the Court of Appeal? I am of the opinion that what would have happened instead of what INEC did, because INEC said that they interpreted the judgment the way they liked. I listened to the chairman of INEC. He said that the judgment, the judgment order of court was interpreted by the legal team with INEC, and that was what precipitated the chairman of INEC to now take that decision. My own take was that that particular judgment order would have been subject to the interpretation of the Attorney General of the Federation, number one, that is the first instance. Number two would have been that INEC would have even filed a motion before the relevant court authority to interpret that particular judgment for it and what exactly that judgment meant before it went out to carry out that execution of the judgment. I understand that they may be saying they're acting under Section 287, sub 2 of the 1999 Constitution. But I find it difficult that INEC, being a party in the suit, will not be the one to execute the judgment, and not just execution of the judgment, they interpreted the judgment order of court to suit their whims and caprices by derecognizing the David Mark faction that was already in the portal. Even the court said at status quo antebellum, in a sensitive and pivotal foundational matter like that, I believe that INEC acted in a haste. They would have sought interpretations from a higher court or court itself on what that particular judgment mean or what they mean by status quo and ante in order to enthrone equitable or equity, so that no party will be angry if the execution is carried out by INEC. Or they would have even sought advice from the age of federation to please advise or even gather, a collection of, legal eggheads apart from their own legal department to look at the judgment and advise them appropriately. I do not think if they are giving the advice, those who are giving the advice, that there will be this uproar. But for INEC to unilaterally, on its own, said they have studied the judgment and they are doing what they feel is the interpretation of status quo and rebellion, as a party, for me, is wrong. The ADC has a right in begin to think of exclusion. The ruling of that Court of Appeal did not ask INEC to de-recognize any executive, whether it was David Mark executive or whatever. He asked for maintenance of the status quo ante bellum, number one, and two, that all parties must not touch on the subject matter of that particular appeal. What is the subject matter of the particular appeal? It is the leadership of, ADC. And INEC being a party, having gone to de-recognize and remove or delete the David Mark, faction leadership from its website automatically, the court did not give INEC such bent and leeway. It was done by INEC based on its own whims and caprices of interpretation. And that is why you see a lot of people are not happy. So the court said you shouldn't touch the subject matter. But INEC, for me, in my own opinion, by touching or de-recognizing the executive of David Mark, they have touched the subject matter of the issue at hand. Two, the question I want to ask, if David Mark and his faction or anybody run foul of the judgment order, is it INEC that should, tell the courts that these people have run foul of it and there should be contempt of court for those who go against it? I believe that is what INEC would have done. Wait, if anybody runs foul, you can address the court and say, this is contempt of court. The court said, don't touch the subject matter. But we are seeing party A now touching the subject matter, and that is, contempt ex facie courier. So the courts know exactly how to protect their judgment and their orders. The courts would have been in that position to not do what INEC is doing today. It's my personal opinion, but I feel this is my own conviction. INEC acted in a haste,
Adams.
And they also want to model the ADC.
All right, Barrister Adams, now you've given an overview, you've spoken extensively on this, but now let us also bring in, some of the allegations made by some of the opposition figures that INEC is indirectly enabling this idea of a one-party system. There have also been a lot of people who have come out to say that Nigeria is, there is a devolution into being a one-party system. And what is happening with the INEC now has made some people allege that INEC is also enabling this issue. So do you think that, that could also be a factor at play, wanting to align with the ruling party and also being influenced by the ruling party?
You see, in the case of ADC, they have themselves to blame also. Because there's this African adage that says, if you don't want lizards in your house, do not bring maggot-infested firewood to your compound. ADC foisted this on themselves. The question we should ask is, why were they not able to resolve their internal differences? Why were they not able to hold Nafiu from going to court? Why were they not able to balance whatever that is within them inside their party? If they had cohesion in their party, then it would have been almost near impossible for INEC to now come into and begin to destabilize them. Secondly, the ADC must not begin to poo-poo that lazy argument that it is because of APC that they are disorganized and destabilized. I will give you a chronicle or a genealogy if you allow me to, if I have time. Let me first of all start. It is only lazy opposition that begin to say that INEC or Tinubu is stabilizing them. Let me tell you, ruling parties all over the world, they do everything to destabilize their opposition. The opposition do everything to destabilize the ruling party, and the ruling party do everything to destabilize the opposition. That is what happens in democracies. In the US, there is a popular Watergate scandal. I don't know if you have heard about Watergate scandal. The Watergate scandal, what is it all about? The ruling party was trying to destabilize the opposition party in 1972. They even went as far as going to their headquarters to bug the offices, wiretap the offices of the headquarters of the other party, the opposition party. And it became a scandal that led to the resignation of Richard Nixon, thereby creating way for Gerald Ford to take over from him. That was bullying. The Alien and Sedition Act, where the Department of Justice was opposition members to jail. They went ahead and won elections the following year. In Nigeria, let me give an example. In 1999, we all knew how Obasanjo and PDP dismembered opposition, wanted to sink the only opposition in Nigeria aground, the Alliance for Democracy. Obasanjo mesmerized, dismembered the opposition to the extent that the whole Southwest that had ADC governors, they could not challenge Obasanjo. It was only Tinubu, who was governor of Lagos State, that was the sole opposition in Nigeria. PDP had 28 states as at that time. But Tinubu did not relent. He stood up and fought Obasanjo as an opposition leader, and today they wrestled power. Are you aware that Obasanjo even seized Lagos State allocation just to twist the opposition led by Tinubu at that time? Another one is this. During the Jonathan era, Rivers State, which was an opposition party because Amechi left PDP to APC, Jonathan used all the powerful might to destabilize Rivers State from joining APC. Amechi wrote to me, Amechi from joining APC. Then PDP had about 29 governors. Amechi now leaving PDP to APC. Jonathan did everything to untwist Amechi so that he cannot succeed. You saw what happened to Amechi and Mumbu, the commissioner of police. then in Rivers State. So many examples, but the opposition never relented. ADC must not begin to whip the sentiment. Yes, we know that the ruling party is trying to do whatever they are doing, but must they relent? I gave these examples for you to understand that in many instances, the ruling party do want to destabilize, weaken, and obstruct opposition from working. But the opposition must be relentless. They must be resolute in spite of these difficulties, as the case may be. So ADC uses as a sole reason for them not to be organized, for me, is facetious. Then it means that they don't know exactly what they are talking about. The people who are in ADC today were part of the opposition that the PDP wanted to untwist in those days. How did they want to rig themselves up and war under ADC? All of them in ADC today and APC were in the opposition against Jonathan PDP. If they had relented, they would have won that particular election. So they shouldn't tell me that that is the reason why they are not performing, or that is the reason why they are having issues of restructuring and building themselves to be a virile opposition political party to now fight, what they are supposed to be. Opposition, being an opposition party, is not a kettle of fish. It is not a bed of roses. In some countries in Africa, opposition leaders lose their lives. We have seen situations where you see opposition leaders in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, ruling parties go after them, imprison them, but they still rear their heads. So ADC should stop this shibboleth, factical, and pure argument that Tinubu and his APC is after them. Of course, that is politics. That is how it is. Hostilities from ruling party to the opposition, hostilities from opposition to the ruling party. So that is how politics is played, especially in third world countries like Nigeria. So what are they called? Most have to fight the party for their place as a major opposition. PDP tried and fought APC. They were dismembered, but they are building back again today as a virile opposition. So ADC should not fold his hands and stand at Kimbo and think that being an opposition party is that the APC will come and babysit them and give them juice to eat and whatever else it may be. No, it is not a bed of roses. They must stand up and fight.
All right, Barrister Adams,
Even though I don't
appreciate
support
your submission to this particular question. Thank you so much. Our time is up. We'll have to leave it at that for this particular conversation and look forward to having
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning, coming to you live from Signature TV. And this morning, we're going to be looking at a particular conversation around public trust, power and accountability, the crisis of public trust, and rebuilding institutions to serve the people. Now, I have two guests with me in the studio this morning. Mrs. Josephine Effa-Chukwuma, a leading gender and development specialist and human rights advocate. I also have Dr. Sam Amadi, who is a policy strategist, a legal scholar, public intellectual, and the director, Abuja School of Social and Political Thought. You're both welcome to Signature Morning. It's my pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll start with you, Mrs. Effa-Chukwuma. Let's look at this crisis of trust and where exactly it stems from and how that translates to, how Nigeria.
Thank you very much for having me here. Speaking about where the issue of the crisis of public trust comes from, it can easily be traced to the issue of lack of accountability and transparency. When people are not accountable, even come to the smallest unit, even in a family, if you have, even as a parent, if you have a child that you send on an errand and came back with items, did not buy the complete items, and did not think it right to declare that, oh, I was supposed to buy 10 items, I bought 7, and this is the change for 3. It's gradually erodes trust. Is that, oh, I can't trust you to go and buy something and come back and give me the change. So that's now on a large scale in the society, in the community, government leaders, when there is no accountability, when there is no transparency, when leaders cannot tell you this is this, and you actually believe that what they've told you is what they've told you, then there is a problem. You won't be able to trust what they say to you, because what they say one thing, they say one thing and they do another. And this permeates all sectors. Is it the judiciary? Is it, education and all of that? So that issue of transparency, the issue of accountability, those twin problems or twin issues, they have to be tackled. We must have a government or government at all levels, starting from the local government to the state to the federal government, that are accountable to the people, that would lead. Is not a leadership that says do as I say, but one that says, okay, or do as I do, shows you, declares that, oh, this is what we have, this is what we are using it for, and then the people see it, and then there is trust.
Right. Now, she mentioned trust and accountability, Dr. Amadi. So I want to get your perspective. Would you say that this is an institutional problem specifically, or would you say it kind of sheds light to a broader cultural and social value problem?
Well, I think it's probably broader, like you pointed out. It's a crisis of value, and it has an element of cultural aspect. The thing is that, it's self-reinforcing. So when institutions don't work, for example, like she pointed out, they also generate a cultural value of people not trusting the institutions, people feeling that this is the way we should do our things. So the institution of law enforcement, if it doesn't work, people may resort to self-help, cynicism, and even encourage to impunity. So the two aspects are working together. The cultural aspects generates the institutional value, and those institutional value they reinforce those bad culture. So in the case of Nigeria, accountability. If leaders don't show the most elementary part of accountability, not even show accountability, they generate a sense of disconnection for the people, or people, cynical, they don't care, or don't forget government. And so people also behave that way in their own setting. So they also, people say the problem is not leaders, it's Nigerians, but actually leaders create a certain form of social relationship, and people, replicate it in various dimensions. So then the question is, how do you solve it? So often people say, okay, let's start with a cultural revolution, mindset change, people change, and then somehow it goes up to the leadership. Other people say, okay, if we fix leadership and leaders are accountable and enforce accountability, then
it comes down like rainfall. It falls down, and then the people themselves change behavior. So it's a chicken and egg or chicken and hen proposition, which one comes first. But clearly, impunity, abuse of power, lack of accountability, they all reinforce this sense of crisis of, they drive from crisis of value and reinforce the crisis of value.
All right, so let's look at exactly some of these significant institutional failures that we have that are currently affecting us as a country. Can you talk about, these issues from your perspective?
Okay, so let's take the basic one. We have a crisis of basic production of social amenities. Don't we have light, road, water? Nigeria has very high multidimensional poverty, not arising from catastrophes or some kind of natural, force of nature, but basically the total absence of commitment to the various social provision. So if you look at some local communities, it wouldn't take much to make the roads a little bit, more travel. It wouldn't take much to provide maybe the markets, clear the bushes, pay people, unemployed people. If you pay them minimum wage, even if you pay them less than minimum wage in the local area, they'll be happy to come and clear those markets, clear the roads. It wouldn't take much for government to put community water, not anything sophisticated, even if it's public, push by push, whatever they call it, okay? That's at the level of economic, provision of economic growth. Now, come again to the degree of impunity with security. So how many times have you seen state governments prosecute persons or make effort to catch these, criminals who make the neighborhoods unsafe, and then prosecute them publicly? Again, to talk about rule of law, accountability, budgeting, all the time, maybe you see people, civil society people complain, put up petition. Do you see a robust government engagement to explain? But if you contrast that with what you see across the world, in more civilized or countries where there's more responsibility, you see that government officials struggle to explain to citizens exactly what's happening. So if anybody, it doesn't mean that they are set, or it doesn't mean that the evidence is well, but it means that there's a sense in which they still believe that they owe the citizens that explanation. We don't have that here. There's also a sense in which we see that the institutions, law enforcement, so you don't just come and say, okay, they go arrest a widow's son and for nothing, and it's kept there, and NGOs will say, that boy has been there for 2 months, 3 months, nobody cares. At the end of the day, maybe he dies, or at the end of the day, they release after 1 year, no compensation, no reason. So these are fundamental areas where the institutions fail. They fail to deliver their mandate. Their mandate is clear in the law, but they don't even care about the law. So everything they do openly is contrary to what the law said they should do. So this is not a case of maybe interpretation. This is a case of deliberate, refusal to think about the law or think about their responsibility to citizens at large.
Right. Now, he has spoken about how these institutions are not delivering on their mandate, but what about the citizens themselves? Do you think that we are doing enough as Nigerians when it comes to actually holding the government accountable? Or would you say that we're in a situation of helplessness whereby even when we do try, it doesn't work?
It's almost similar like that, like a situation of helplessness. I remember growing up, we always said, don't ask what your country will do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Beautiful, it shows, it's all about patriotism. But Nigerians, from all indications, honestly, Nigerians can actually give their all for Nigeria. If the signal and the message they are getting from leadership is that of transparency, that of accountability, that of loyalty, on the part of government itself. But when you make this effort in your own little way, and you see that it is yielding nothing, even starting from the level of, we are in that period, we are in that season now, of elections and all of that, and people will say, I'll go and vote, but will my votes count? Will it count? And consistently, we are seeing votes not counting, so it creates in people this essence of, we were talking again about it yesterday, fatalism, we're just tired of everything. But that's not to say the citizens don't have a role to play. We do have a role to play. But you need an inspiring leader. You need a leader that would encourage you, a leader that would make you see the light at the end of the tunnel. But when you have a leader that tells you to do this, and while you are trying to do this, he or she is doing another thing, and then you ask yourself, what am I doing here? So it's a dual thing, but leadership, like what Dr. Sam Mamadi said, you know, we have to be able to see that we have functional systems that hold people accountable. Functional systems. It's not about individuals. In the police, for instance, you will meet strong, committed, passionate police officers, AIG, DIG, all of that. But they are just 1, 2, 3. And what's the system like? So when they leave, if for any reason now, and we know that they are moved all the time, what is left behind? Do you understand? So we need our systems to work. We need our institutions to work. Beyond one person who comes in there as a commissioner or as a minister, good, kudos, I mean, the driver, you know. But if the driver goes in there and sees that the vehicle is about driving his carcass, really nothing there, there's so much he or she can do in that kind of a situation. So it's the devil and the deep blue sea. It's the devil and the deep blue sea, and we need to intentionally make efforts. You know, our politicians, our leaders, not do as I say, not say one thing and you are doing another thing. It creates the crisis of trust.
Right, so now let's bring it down to how this affects women, because I know that you've interacted and, you know, through your decades of work.
Yeah.
How would you say that this institutional failures also translates to women in Nigeria? How does it affect them specifically?
On a daily basis, on per second basis. In the work I do, violence against women, the justice system fails women, fails girls constantly, or practically every minute, even as we speak. And how do we do that? And that's why you hear women who are in an abused relationships or families of young girls who have been raped or defiled and who have been fighting for justice. You hear them say things like, I leave it to God. That is not their first option, to leave it to God. They leave it to God because from the first step, which is, I mean, the justice system, the criminal justice system starts at the police station. Your frustration starts from there. Your frustration starts from there. You know, the secondary victimization, you know, the blaming and the shaming, the extortion, you know, this, pay for that. And then if you're a poor woman, your daughter or you have already been violated one way or the other. You have to now go and experience secondary victimization, the blaming and the shaming. You now have to look for money to move the case forward. The perpetrator is not under this pressure. You are the victim, and again, you are under pressure. This is how, for instance, the legal system, the criminal justice system frustrates women, fails women every second of the day. That is just one example.
Wow. Now, Dr. Sam Mamadi, let me come to you, because from what she said, she's spoken about how the legal system is obviously not, you know, functioning as they should. And there seems to be a gap between having these laws and implementing these laws. Why is there that gap with implementation? Why do we have an implementation problem in Nigeria?
I think first, maybe we have a intention problem first. But we don't even intend to solve a problem which we legalize. So you legalize a problem, you legalize, but you're not really focused or committed to solving that problem. And what that means is that, let's assume countries in the world are adopting laws against violence against women. And it becomes, quote unquote, sexy to do so. And there are incentives to do so. There's pressure from the World Bank or other agencies, and local NGOs are saying, you must do this. And then you enact it. So first you have a law, but you don't have intention to solve a problem that the law proclaims it wants to solve. And so it follows naturally that there will be little or no implementation, because you're not even first identify that problem as something that we need to solve. So take, for example, the issue of violence against women. There are many contributions to it, and there are also hurdles or things that make it easy to commit violence against women. Incentives are there. People can easily get away from it. Maybe there are social, cultural support systems for those things. If you say, okay, let's solve this problem, then you say, well, suppose let's make this law. So first, there is an intention to solve the problem. Then you mobilize resources to solve that problem. That resources could include orientation. So some of the talk about officers who probably secondary victimization, they also suffer a mental problem, kind of cultural crisis. They think, oh, maybe what is this rape? Why did she have to do this? So there will be conscious effort to change the rules, create operational guidelines that align with what the new rule says, train the people to understand why these rules have been followed, create process for reporting for when the rules are not followed, and also create sanctions. So if a victim of sexual violence or domestic violence, whatever violence, reports to them and they get to the police station and the police does not act in the way the rules prescribe, then they know there's an option to trigger a reprimand, a review, and the officer knows that he is likely, or he or she is likely going to be sanctioned. Then the next time, that will change. So the answer to the problem is that, first, there is basically no serious commitment to solving a problem. People go to legal fetishism. It's like fetish, make law, make law, make law, make law. So that is what management experts call isomorphic mimicry. You just mimic structure, but the functionality, you don't even care. Just like we have democracy, that also. We have election, it's called free and fair. But everything we do is to make sure there's no voting, nothing that's free or fair. So that's really what it's about.
Now, speaking of elections, I'd like to, because I mean, you've argued in different fora about Nigerian political systems having lacking clear ideological direction. So I want you to talk about that exactly when we talk about this absence of ideology and how it weakens systems and accountability in our institution.
Okay, I think it ties to the theme of this Innocent Memorial Lecture, which is also rebuilding institutions. Again, when I talk about ideology, it don't have to be grand ideologies, Marxism, capitalism, communism, whatever it is. It's basically, okay, what does this political party exist to do? How does it see the problem? Let's assume a party that wants to govern Enugu State. You must first see what's wrong with Enugu, it's a general picture, and come out to this is how we want to do something different, and organize themselves in that way. So if they are doing that, then they have a commitment to some basic idea, and therefore that helps them to be stable. So they say, okay, we are pursuing this. So when I talk about Nigerian politics, it's a chaos of self-interest, In many other countries in the world, self-interest can be organized, can do turn by turn. Nobody fight, when the first 5,000 come, take them. The next one, let me go take them. The next one, she takes. So it's organized self-interest. It's better to have public interest than self-interest. But even if you have self-interest, it's also better to organize it better. Process, no violence, so that at least the poor people can stay quietly and suffer in peace. But our problem is that this is disorganized, chaotic self-interest. It has just the self-interest is so intense that there are no convergences where people say, okay, let's even agree to maintain peace. So you can see now everywhere else, every party, apart from the ruling party maybe, every party now, there are 10 people claiming to be leaders. So what I see is the lack of basic idea and a commitment to pursue some ideas, even if those ideas are selfish ideas, and let it be coherent and consistent. The second problem is that because the whole world is economic, financial, people just use political process to get out of poverty. It's a get out of poverty ticket. They just take it. It reinforces, even among the citizens themselves, a dangerous mimetics, mimicry of saying which want to get out of poverty. So everybody, the leaders who are violating us want their ticket to get out of poverty. The violated want that ticket to get out of poverty. So it's an endless fight for economic survival in the name of politics. And in such a society, it's not possible to have a elite group that are focused on solving the problem. even on focus on creating wealth. Let's assume they chop half of the wealth, but at least create it. So what I see is elite struggling, everybody struggling, including the people they are leading, to escape poverty by plundering. And that's the nature of the politics we are in. It now become a self-reinforcing phenomenon. The people are trapped. Even the good people who work in there, if they're not too well advised, they now look like the same criminals they want to change, because the system is constructed to impose the urgency, the false urgency of economic survival, false urgency. Everybody feels that, okay, it's all about plundering to escape. Then other people are coming are plundering to escape. So people, it's a trance. Everybody's just moving the same direction, but really they're not sitting back and say, but wait a minute, why are we doing this? Why are we here? And so in that situation, you need a big knock. Somebody maybe big okute and hit somebody's head, boom, and people say, what are we doing? Maybe they come back to life, and maybe somehow we begin to rebuild the country again.
Now, looking at how this issue of politics also spills over into other aspects, what about when it comes to institutional independence, particularly for regulatory bodies and things like that? Looking at the kind of political system that we run in the country, how critical would you say is having would you say that our institutions are independent, and how critical would you say that independence is for, improving the systems in the country?
I think some will even be for someone who sat on top of one of the regulatory. They should be able to speak more on that. But I would just want to just quickly talk about, and again relate it to this lecture, Innocent Chukwuemeka Empowerment Foundation, and the annual Impact and Legacy lecture series, is the importance of the public trust and rebuilding institutions. The key thing, the importance of institutions serving the people and people having the trust. And starting from even, for instance, he started Clean Foundation. Clean Foundation is now almost 30 years. Clean Foundation is an institution on its own. Innocent has passed now. Even before he passed, he had stepped aside as the founder executive director to allow it to run. So it's important that the issue of institution building, institutions that serve the people, and like you said, there's a difference between institutions, that really want to serve people or serve individuals, and then at the individual is not even organized because everybody wants to grab, as it were. So the issue of intentionality, really want the political will, wanting it to work. Because for a lot of things, and I may have digressed a bit, and some would, my brother will take over on the issue of regulatory whatever bodies is that you don't, when you make things, when you deliberately make sure that things don't work, because when things are scattered, that is when some people actually benefit from it. So things are deliberately made not to work, so that in that chaos, in that madness, everything goes wrong. And that's why you and I now, we are all local governments. You pump your water, you have electricity, you have generator, you put solar, 3 in 1. You dispose your garbage, isn't it? All of that. But then land use charge and tax keeps coming. You keep paying. You go to the hospitals. What you think you are buying as paracetamol may very well be chalk. So these are a lot of the issues, affecting our institutions that people don't even have trust in anymore. So much so that if government says good morning, you actually have to go and pull the curtain to actually make sure that it is morning and not afternoon. Sam, please.
All right, so I will throw the question to you then.
Yes, so, well, you talk about how it affects...
No, I'm talking about the independence of the regulatory bodies that we have and how important it is for improving our institutions.
Well, institutions, by definition, must have some distance from people who create them. That's what they're institutions. So you talk about the Clean Foundation, for example, it's an institution, organization, okay? So somebody founded it, but it's managed, if it's managed as if it is his household, it will not work. So he has to create processes that insulate it from himself. Even as he is the big Oga, at the same time, he recognizes that there are stakeholders, there are different interests they are pursuing. That's not necessarily family. They deal with the public, they have clients, they have people who they are committed to ensure that they're either out of prison or they're out of poverty, whatever it is they're doing. In the same way, independence is critical to institutions because it's what preserves their ability to deliver on their mandate. So take, for example, the police. The police is going to investigate, prevent, and prosecute criminals. Is that so? If the police is not independent in this operation from the people in authority, let's say the governor or the president, it means that if they're prosecuting somebody who is a wife or girlfriend or boyfriend or friend of president's son, then they could be asked to stop, hold back, don't go. It means that if they find evidence that maybe somebody arrested for crime is not a real criminal, but that person is fighting over land issue with a big chieftain in the ENUGU state here, it's likely that that will compromise. So what did this point to is that independence is not an ornament, like something for decoration. Independence is the soul of. And in Nigeria today, the failure of the institutions is that those who supervise them as governors, as presidents, feel that they are their own instruments. So when I was a regulator, and they always say, we are too independent-minded, you are quarreling with a minister, batting that you us from this state. Then we always at loggerheads. So one day he called me, he said, Sam, I know you are nobody's paying you to fight me. I know you. If I don't know you, I would think somebody's paying you. But I don't know, because it said that his wife is my sister. So it's from a place or whatever. So I said, okay, you know me now. I have a work to do. You have a work to do. And as long as we respect what the institutions are doing, there'll be peace. So it's the African idea, cultural idea also militates against independence. Because when he appointed to something, people think the guy who appoints it looks, okay, you're an INEC chairman, but how can you be working against the man who appointed you? So the notion is that loyalty is that man who appointed you, just go there and defend him. And even people from a village will say, well, if they bring report against you, that how can you do that? The man appoints you, the governor approves your appointment as judge, and then you rule against the government. So there are certain things that we believe and practice that ensure that our institutions are not strong. They're not strong, but they're not independent. Now, everywhere in the world, independence is always a struggle, institutions and the creator. But in our own particular system, because of corruption as well, because independence is not just about what we call regulatory capture. If government doesn't control you, the industry can capture the person, pay you off, and you don't pay attention. So that's why many devices, one is that they have to have tenure, meaning their stay is guaranteed. Because if they can be removed at will, then the tendency is for them to play safe. Secondly, we say, you pay them well. Of course, that's one other problem, because there are challenges. Human beings are also material human beings. They live on earth, they eat, they clothe. So if regulators, that's what the problem with the police. People say pay police well. It's not a guarantee of don't be corrupt, but paying people well, or at least paying them what they deserve, is a way that you inoculate them from control. So they would have, if they're not thieves, at least they can have incentive to do their work, because they're not. But if they're meant to be extremely necessitous, they're looking for food, basic things, they can't pay their house rent, they can't do anything, then you're exposing them to capture by industry. You're exposing them to capture by big people. And so that's why I say across the world, some people do some sensitive work are paid well to reduce the exposure to necessities that may force otherwise good guys to do bad things. So a lot of institutional framework to guarantee independence and ensure that these institutions, at least in more than normally will work well, they occasionally may fail. But in our own case, they fail normally.
Now, he said something that struck me about poor remuneration and how the payment of these people that work, particularly in these sensitive areas, and that also brought to mind the issue of underfunding of these institutions. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on how you think that this issue of underfunding affects the outcome, particularly when it comes to gender-related issues, and how these issues are being handled when they are being presented to the institutions as a result.
Thank you very much. And I'll still come back to the issue of the police again. And again, we are in Nigeria right now. We know that we all are walking dogs, talking about security. It's easy for us to say the police should protect life and property. But I tell people, I'm not a policewoman, I'm not a police PRO, I'm not speaking of. But honestly, the situation and the condition under which the average policeman works is not able to even protect himself, not to talk of protect you and protect me. What do I mean by this? You don't set up people to fail. For instance, I run an organization. The basic things for running an organization administratively, I should have. I should not send my staff out on an assignment without logistics, transportation, and all of that, isn't it? Phone call, computer, whatever. But if I employ people in my office, there's no table to sit on, no chair to sit on, no, I send them to go to the airport from here. Are they going to fly on a broomstick or what? You know, all of those things. Nobody in my office, not even a young copper in my office, will answer me. Because if she wants to have to send her somewhere, ma'am, please, transportation. But that's not the case with the police. Do you understand? So, that's why I said the system sets up, the dysfunctional system, with people benefiting from it, sets up those who ordinarily should do their work, sets them up to fail. Sets them up to fail, actually. So, when this, like he said, it is different if you pay somebody well. That's not to say the person may be a born thief. So no matter what you pay him or her, but that is more of an exception than the norm. But when you don't even pay people well, when you don't even look at, the corruption in the system, talking about corruption and impunity in the system, is what you and I are facing right now when you talk of security, when you talk of law enforcement, honestly. A police division with 100 to 120 men and women in a police division, the minimum number you can see is about 80. They can be up to 100, they can be up to 120. And then that division is given like 50,000 or 100,000 a quarter to run that office, that division. For you and I to go there when we are robbed to go and report. And the IPO, the sergeant or the corporal, is sitting on a bench. Is sitting on a bench. You are going to sit on a bench with no paper to write and all of that. How do you expect him or her to work? That is I'm just giving one example. You can't give what you don't have. But if you equip people well, if you remunerate people well, like he said, it does not make it zero to a bad person is a bad person, even if you give him the whole world. An entitled person is an entitled person, even if you give him the whole world. But you can now hold that person accountable. You can say, but what do you want? You are comfortable, we pay you, we do this, you have we watch, what do they call this series, this American series, Law and Order. And you see how the policemen and women are moving around smartly, isn't it? And you look at that and think you think that if you have you don't have a problem. And you go, I tell everybody that we all should pray that nothing happens to us. Justice sector, the health sector, that's another one. The banking sector, aviation, corruption and impunity is what that crashes plane. It's not the will of God. As we always say, no, it's not the will of God. When people don't do what they are supposed to do, or people do what they are not supposed to do in institutions, in systems, the consequences are there. So this is how public institutions there's no trust in anything. There's no trust. Public trust is not there because They are not, people are not doing what they are supposed to do, or people are doing what they are not supposed to do.
Now, this also brings me to talk about how much has been said about the lack of accountability and transparency in these institutions, particularly from the Nigerian youth. Now, we've had a lot of protests, we've had a lot of people coming out to call out, the government or call out certain institutions for not doing what they're supposed to do, and it ends at nothing. So I want to know, do you see how do you see the involvement in Nigerian youth when it comes to holding these institutions to accountability? And do you think that they wield that much power or influence enough to move the government and these institutions to doing what they should do?
Personally, I would say, honestly, the youth of this, the Nigerian youth today, they are trying their utmost best. But a lot of them, honestly, there's a generation of young people that cannot relate, that don't even know what good governance is because they never saw it at all. Some of us even saw a bit of it, but a lot of them. So that's why, for instance, you hear a child, when you're talking to children in schools, and they're asking them professions, what do you want to be in future? A child will say, I want to be a politician. Do you understand? Because they relate that with having money, being in the corridors of, and of course they are coming from homes and all of that. So they are trying to the extent that, especially with the use of this the social media, this is the digital age. One thing I tell people, that one thing the social media does, which is very good, is expose the problem as it is happening. But one thing it doesn't do is it does not really deepen the conversation. It doesn't deepen the conversation, but it throws it out there. And a problem shared is a problem half solved. Once we know, that these things are happening, then the next layer is, what do we do about it? Do you understand? So our young people, our youth, they're going through a lot, to be very honest. They are really good. Like I said, there's a generation that don't know anything about what good governance is because they've never experienced it. For some of us, even when I entered university in 1984, that's the year bursary stopped. Scholarship stopped. I never benefited from bursary. I didn't see scholarship. I tell my children, I never saw any of that. But before then, government goes into, they give bursary, they give scholarship. As you are finishing from the university, businesses are searching for you. From the university, I heard of that. But even me sitting here, I didn't go through that. Not to talk of a generation that even to get into university is a problem. Yeah? It is to the highest bidder how much you can pay here and there. Do you understand? So these are the odds that our children, our young people have to face, but they are trying their best. Also trying to survive. Are there some things that are not doing well? Of course there are some things. Because survival has now become the most important thing. Even just to survive. You have to survive for you to be able to fight the system. And in that survival mode, sometimes they do things that they should not also do. Do you understand? So these are some of the issues that we have.
Now, she mentioned about how these things, when being thrown out to social media, but they do not deepen the conversation. And I'm wondering, how can these conversations be deepened apart from, people coming out to give hot takes, or even how we are seated, just talking about it? How can these conversations be deepened enough to actually make an impact apart from just talking about it and having these conversations?
Okay, so the deepening will not happen in social media platforms, and she's absolutely correct. That's very insightful comment that the social media is very good. It helps us to know many of the things people say, but maybe the level of impunity we hear about. Okay, maybe old men raping young girls, raping children, some of these bestialities. The people say maybe it used to happen in the past. Maybe we didn't know because we're all cocooned in our specificities. So I'm here in ENUGU. I wouldn't know what's going on in my own Owerri, okay? Or in Abuja, where I live, or in Lagos, or in Kano, Kaduna, elsewhere. Or I wouldn't even know what's going on in Philippines. So, but I sit here now and check my internet, and I know that maybe something nasty has happened in, let's say, Mumbai or in my village. So basically, the social media, evil has not increased, but social media has created a sense in which of spontaneity. We are always there, instantaneity. So it's happening now, we know what's going on. Then it means that how have we been deepening issues before? It means that away from social media, things that like center like Clean Foundation, like the conference we're going to have tomorrow, the conversation, those are spots for deepening these conversations. So even what we're having here, sometimes you guys have topical one issue, you discuss people listening. So we are not bereft of platforms to deepen. And that's what even centers of research should be doing. So when issues are thrown into social media and people have their hot takes, like you said, then there should be some people who go back and interrogate it deeper and say, okay, we hear Gen Z say this and that, but why are they thinking like this? What has changed? What has happened? So they cook it and bring it up again. So the social media serves two functions. So it helps us to have these wide-ranging, comments that generate insights about what's not working. Then we go back and like laboratory and research, dig deeper, and then when we finish a process, we bring it out. We still use social media to tell folks, guys, we found out why you guys don't sleep well at night. So the reason is you watch too much television. This is the data. This is what it tells us. Blah 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 blah. So that is to answer a quick question. The sites for deepening are the sites that are out of the social media because the social media by its nature may not sustain that depth of nuances, that deeper conversations. So, but we take it offline to universities, to homes, to centers, to organizations, to research centers, and those who are dedicated, who have also generated experience and competence to bring in different bits of this problem and puzzle, put them together, and make sense of it, and then throw it back to the rest of our social media. And so I think we can't escape the crisis of the social media age. That's where we are now. But we can help to solve that problem by maintaining aspect of the old world where people are not looking for retweets or influence, but they are busy. Engagement. And then that means that the government should also think about putting more resources also to those people who are not going to monetize their ideas, but they can be paid to pay attention and think of what others are not looking at.
Yes, but out of everything you said, I'm still wondering how would this now translate to real world changes and real life changes to the issue? Because after getting the solution, it's one thing to have the solution, and it's another thing for exactly. So
interestingly, every action we take on Earth is backed up with one theory or the other. The problem is that we don't see the theory; we see the output. So when people say things like I'll do me. Okay, it looks like it's prosaic, it's just a common banter. But it proceeds from a theory. Like the philosopher says, the practical men of business, practical men, people in government, people like you are doing your work every day. They say they think they are independent, but they say they are actually pursuing the ideas of dead men, dead economists who have died since ago. So interestingly, these ideas are practical. By the time it's filtered, they influence what we do. Everything, whether you're talking about a government today not working, you can sit back and see the theory they're pursuing. Those who are doing this are not necessarily thinking they are pursuing theory. They can be Epicureans. They don't know that for them, their philosophy is their flesh. They can be edited. They can be authoritarians who believe in, somebody says, grab it, smash it, just get the power. It's not original. A philosopher has probably said it before, that the end justifies the means. So the point I'm trying to make is that in every day, what we do flow from these ideas, whether they're good or bad. So when we develop these ideas and throw them out there, then practical people like you will, and then that's why I have advocacy. So what advocacy does also is, and today with social media, advocacy has been helped and diversified. People are doing different kinds of advocacy. Influencers, interestingly, also do advocacy. But the question is, would there be people who pay attention, like it says, to these problems without only the soundbite and the hot takes? You see your own, I say my own. But there should be some people who have special expertise and who pay more attention and who will now come out for us with a much more deeper explanation of what these problems are and how to overcome them. And then communication people like you would translate those things to, manageable bites that can, filter through public behavior, social phenomenon, and even tipping points become social epidemic. It spreads and people catch it and do it, but then it originated from a laboratory of ideas somewhere.
So at the core of this issue, talking about this responsibility, in your opinion, who would you say should be held most responsible for the current trust deficit in Nigeria? Would you say it's coming from the political leaders, the institutions, the citizens? Like, what exactly do you think?
There's enough blame to go around. Actually, there's enough to go around everybody, really. But
will you get to her?
Will you get
to me? To meet you. But at the tip of it all is leadership. It's leadership. Leadership should be servitude. Like a father and mother in a home. When people say children say things, no, it is the parents that do. No. At a particular age, 4, 5, 6, 7, is what a child sees or hears that the child will mimic. Will mimic. If the father or the mother says, we don't want anybody smoking in this house, and then they see daddy sitting smoking, that child will go and smoke. Or if they see them watching porn film, that child is going to go and... Do you understand what I'm saying? So leadership must be inspiring. Leadership must be trusted. It's a position of trust. Leadership must be transparent. And once you have that, it is easier. It's not either or, but it is easier when you show. Of course, you may have some followers who are rebelling as, do you understand? You could have that. But if you as a leader, you are leading according to your actions, not just saying it, but your actions speak to it, followers will not have much of a choice other than to take you and follow. Of course, there will be outliers from time to time. You are not zeroing it out. But like he said, it will be more of an abnormality than the norm. But now, it's when you say something, somebody will tell you, now you want to change Nigeria. I mean, now you want, Nigeria, is it your papa or, I better leave this thing, Joe, let us move. So it's a collective thing, but our leaders, political leaders, traditional leaders, religious leaders, anybody in any space, in any sphere, who calls himself or herself a leader, how are you leading? It's very important.
Now, you mentioned something about Nigerians, being so disillusioned. They'll say, now your papa gets Nigeria and what have you. Now, do you think that Nigeria is at risk of having citizens that are so disillusioned that they do not want to engage in formal institutions?
We are that. We are actually at that. It's not a matter of at the risk. We are actually at that. But would that be helpful to us? Not really. Because the more, and that's the game plan, to frustrate the citizens from, let them give up, let them get tired, let them not come out to vote and all of that. Do you understand? It's also counting against us. Like I tell our young people, I even tell my children, North, South, East, and West, whom is it? Wherever you go to, those places that our citizens are jackpot into, it's human beings that are making it work. It's human beings. At the end of the day, the more we leave leadership to mediocres, the more we will suffer for it.
All right, so I have one question for the both of you, but I'd like you to start. Now, looking at how things are in the country now, from everything we've said, do you have hope that Nigeria as a country will at some point get to that level where Nigerians have full trust in the institutions? And how long from your perspective do you think that would take for us as a country to actually get to that level?
I have hope for all good things. We said hope eternally springs. Hope should be our companion The Bible says these three things abide: hope, faith, and love. So I have hope. I also have realism that what you sow is what you reap. So I have hope that Nigeria would, can create a country that people, Nigerians trust. But I also know that we may also fail to create a country that people trust. So there's no wind blowing from the Sahara that will just blow trust and hope and good governance for us. It's going to be dialectical. What we do, how do people respond to it, and what happens. But again, how long will it take? Again, there's one scripture I read and it says something like, those who wait and bring the coming of the Lord. Meaning the coming of the Lord is not actually fixed. It's human beings whose action will fast track it or delay it. We have an example with Egypt, the Jews in Egypt, slavery. They were supposed to come out, the Bible scholars say, and they added extra 50 years or thereabout because of their own failure. So Nigeria could come out in 2021, 2027, and start having trustworthy institutions. It could come out 2031. It could happen in 2051. It could happen in 2500, whatever. So it's.
Let's hope it doesn't get that long.
Well, it's not something. It's not a magical act.
Yeah.
You just pull the thing from the heart and bingo, we are here. It's just a question of, are there enough people like who would say, who trust this country, who make a demand consistent and coherent? Something she said that's very important about leadership and servitude, and the point around coherence and consistency. If our actions are inconsistent with what we say, our soul knows we're inconsistent. The people who hold us, look up to us, know we're inconsistent. The younger generation know we're inconsistent. They're going to make that investment of commitment to Nigeria because they know that you're not making that investment yourself. So when leaders have these their children and take them to London, wherever in the world, and they come back home and they ask them to follow them on campaign, and those children will be watching them, and they think they're deceiving Nigerians. They are cultivating those children to see that this country is to be raped and plundered. So that could mean endless regression. But if they change and those children see their parents struggling, thinking about how to make this work, those children will double with passion. Because they're younger, they're more energetic, they're probably more talented, they probably know how to get more solutions. And then you see that these are the children that will now rebuild the ruins of Nigeria. So all this depends on what we decide to do as Nigerian citizens and as Nigerian leaders. Unfortunately, citizens have less agency, less power, but leaders have more. So if leaders fail and fail big, even if the citizens try, maybe it may not work. So everything's up in the air. But hope, we are hopeful. Whether we'll get there, I don't know.
Honestly, I agree 100% with what my brother Sam said. We're in the hope business. A life without hope is no life. We just have to, we keep hoping. But then, just like the Bible says, faith and works, as we are hoping, what's our intention? How intentional are we? It's just like a child saying, by the grace of God, I'm going to pass my exams. And that child is not reading. They're going to fail woefully. So we hope. How soon? We don't know. How soon depends on our own intentionality. Whenever you wake up, it's your good morning. It's our own intentionality. Are we ready for this change that we want? That's the question we should ask ourselves. Or are we contented with this life of anyhowness? Because now we are living anyhow. I tell people that everything in Nigeria is anyhow now. Hospitals anyhow. Courts anyhow. The behavior is anyhow behavior. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, yes, we are hopeful. But we need to be intentional about it. We've diagnosed. Once you know the problem, Nigerians, in fact, all Nigerians can tell you what the problem with Nigeria is. But who are those putting on the thinking cap to really say, are we ready to do those things we need to do at the time we need to do them, including during politics, elections, and all of that? Are we doing what we're supposed to do? Yes, I know. But we did it the other time, and still what we did was, I know. But giving up It's not an option for any one of us. It's not.
Well, that's a good way to wrap up this conversation this morning. Thank you so much, Mrs. Josephine Efa Chukuma and Dr. Sam Amadi, for your time and for engaging in this conversation. I had a great time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of our conversation this morning on Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us and for being a part of our program. Don't forget that we will be connecting to our Abuja studios for the continuation of Signature Morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, let me welcome you to Abuja this beautiful Tuesday morning. My name is Mwabo Zenjoko, and this is Signature Morning. I'm sure that you are following the story that has caused quite a number of Nigerians to begin to express concern over what is likely to happen to the 2027 election. Some people are already speculating that the trend points towards a collapsed political party system. Well, as we're talking about a collapsed political party system, public power is trying to tell us we're still here. Anyway, we continue. Now, you remember that during the military era, in the heat of the 1993 election, presidential election, a body emerged by the name Association for Better Nigeria, ABN. That association used the court processes to try to scuttle the 1993 presidential election. That was under the military. And some people said that association was just the handiwork of the military. It was a boy created to go stir the waters and create confusion. Yes, that may pass if you are assessing the military's method of doing things or tactics for achieving their objective. But this is a democratic order. And suddenly, and very suddenly, that Association for Better Nigeria seems to be emerging. But please, I'm not making any conclusions. Last week, a group headed to the court, asking the court to stop, to ask INEC to deregister the African Democratic Congress. That was their first request. But subsequently, they amended that request, asking the court to compel INEC to deregister the association, African Democratic Congress and some other opposition political parties. And the reason, allow me go into their reason. They say that Section 255A of the 1999 Constitution, which was introduced in 2017, empowers INEC to register and deregister political parties. So they're asking the court to compel INEC to obey the provisions of the Constitution. In this conversation, we will look at the details of those provisions. I'm talking as a journalist, but I'm not learned enough to interrogate those legal issues. And this morning, I have Sam Kargbo, a senior advocate of Nigeria, my friend who's been on sabbatical. Sam, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me this morning.
I say you've been on sabbatical. Where did you head to?
Well, I've been around. You know the way it is. Nigeria is challenging all of us, and for people who are above 60, this is the time to actually manage your time very well.
And manage your health.
It's necessary. It's necessary. I'm sorry, I'm sweaty. I'm just coming
from the court. I had to drag you out from the court, and
that's why I'm even
dressed
like
well.
this. That's not me. I shouldn't have been here like this. I should have respected you enough to go change and come, but because of
not
time.
to worry.
Yes.
Now, Sam, you'll be guiding us in respect of the provisions of the Constitution. I'll be reading them out also as well as we move.
Yes.
But this group is called Association of Former Legislators, Forum of Former, Nigerian Forum of Former Legislators. Nigerian Forum of Former Legislators.
Well, let me put it this way.
Yes.
I'm happy that you want me to look at just the legal aspect of it. First, the law knows about two persons, and both of them are called legal person. And the two persons are persons that are natural. You and I are persons.
Yes.
And there are those that are registered and conferred with the power to sue and be sued. Those are legal persons. And there is no in between. If you're not a legal person, if you're not registered, you cannot pursue a cause of action in court. I'm not too sure whether association or forum or former legislators is registered. If it is not registered, it will be hard to put, because here is the issue. First and foremost, you must be a legal person, meaning that you are registered or conferred with the legal persona by law. After that, you must have a cause of action, and you must have what we call a local standing. That is, you must be affected over and above all others, meaning that the action that you are telling is nearer to you, and its consequences are more telling on you than the average person out there. If you meet this threshold, you can sue or be sued. Let me put it this again. It's not just enough for you to call yourself Association of Former Legislators or Association or Forum of Former Legislators or former political personalities. Yes, everybody, the law allows for freedom of association. Anybody, 2 or 3 people can form a crowd or can pool interest together and pursue a cause, as long as that cause is lawful. So we start with that. Is the forum registered? If it is not registered, has it met the threshold for it to be recognized as a legal personality who can now sue and be sued? I'm not too sure. Those are factual situations that need to be considered. It's not something I can guess on. And also, INEC is given the authority to register political parties that do not meet a certain threshold at an election, right? And the courts have decided on that. There is a decision on it that says INEC's discretion on that is not fettered. As long as the party does not meet the threshold, INEC can. But you see, when they say the law is for the people, not the other way around, meaning that, like we say, the tail cannot wag the dog, it's the other way around. We're already into a political season. You've already rolled out
a timetable.
You already have recognized political parties. You cannot, politically speaking, socially speaking, and logically speaking, turn around to say, oh, I forgot to do this yesterday. When was the last election? The last election was how many years ago? If you had done that immediately to say, let me do some housekeeping here or house cleaning and weed out this so that I don't go to town with this large number of political parties. I think there was a time when they had as many as 75, 77. Yes, it's unwieldy, but the law says let them go test their luck. And if after the election you did not meet that threshold, you can be deregistered. So I do not see a court that can give that order of mandamus to force INEC to do that, because the court by itself, it's a Nigerian entity, a Nigerian institution for Nigerians, for the good of Nigerians, and for the good of the state. INEC also is Nigerian, for Nigeria, for the purpose of good governance, and for the most important thing, managing the process that give what? Institutional legitimacy. Right? So it cannot act whimsically. I cannot just act off the cuff. It has to be very methodological, consistent, restrained, and purposeful. The question you now want to ask is, to what end? If you say ADC did not meet the threshold, then how many political parties will remain? How many will we go out with? But mind you, you've gone to the election already with them. You started the election with them. Those sub-national elections.
As you were talking with me now, you tried to explain, yes, INEC has been
unfettered discretion to do that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, apart from that discretion, what does the law say? Is it a shall matter or a can matter? Is it a shall matter or a can
decisions
matter?
of the court on it give it a shall
status. In other words,
in the sense that, like I've said, I said it has unfettered discretion. It's a discretionary thing, but that discretion, if it uses it, you cannot challenge it on the basis, except if you can prove malice or whatever it is, but they can't do that. But what I'm saying, yes, you have that power, yes, you can do that, yes, the law says this, yes, you've gone to court, the court have said, yes, that's what you can do, but what am I saying? You've gone to court, you've started the process already, and you've just done some elections. There was an election in Anambra, ADC participated. You cannot, after now rolling the timetable for the benefit of all political parties, that you have received all of their executive bodies, and you are satisfied that they meet the national spread. Mind you, first and foremost, you have to have the national spread to ensure that it is
registered in the first instance.
Yeah, it's not a regional party. It's not a cult. It is not
an ethnic
or religious or regional destiny, but it's a pan-Nigerian political party. They've met that. I would think that anybody who has a grudge with their existence should wait till after the next election, not now. Anybody who is bringing that and going to court with that, to me, is in bad faith.
Okay.
It's in bad faith, because you do not mean well. Because what you are now trying to say is that the opposition has now crystallized effectively in the ADC. They've displaced PDP. Because what? PDP has consumed itself. It has from within. So the carcass that remains there is no longer strong enough to play the opposition role. Labour came with that flash in the pan because of the personality of Obi, but Obi have moved out of it, the Labour Party. So Labour Party does not have the root and trunk.
The spirit of the Lord has left the Labour Party.
Yeah, it does not have. Oxygen has left it to play that role. So effectively, it's ADC. If you now go to court and say, remove ADC, you are simply saying there shouldn't be, and it doesn't tell well for democracy, and it is not even in the interest of APC, not in the interest of the government, not in the interest of the state, not in the interest of the country. Mind you, I'm naming these things individually because they're all different. They look the same, but they all look different, and above all, it's not in the interest of the people.
But Sam, this is a contest.
Yeah.
It's a contest that will produce a winner,
yes,
and a loser.
Yes.
And nobody wants to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are playing your card within the law,
mm-hmm,
not within morality,
yeah,
within the law,
yes,
permit me to just draw your attention back to what the law says.
Mm-hmm.
It says INEC has the power, mm-hmm, to deregister political parties on the following conditions. Mm-hmm. 1, if a political party breaches any of the requirements for registration. 2,
national spread,
fails to win 25% of votes cast in one state of any federation in a presidential election.
Mm-hmm.
Fails to win one local government of a state in a governorship election.
Mm-hmm.
Fails to win at least one ward in the local government chairmanship election.
Mm.
Fails to win one seat in the national or state House of Assembly election, mm-hmm, or fails to win one councillorship seat in a local government election.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
if this is the law,
that's the law,
and by the Constitution, and I approach the court, mm-hmm, based on this law,
yes,
will I be stirring the waters unnecessarily?
If you have the locus, no. If you have the locus, no. And to me, an individual may, because it's a person, it's a legal person, can go there as Njoku, can go there, right? But when you create an association that the law does not recognize, you can't. A political party can, because what? That is their game. You cannot say a political party does not have an interest. They can, to say, okay, we've had this election, but these people who are banding themselves as a political party have not demonstrated capacity to
indicated by
because mind the political parties are the constitution. Let me withdraw this, retrace the statement. The political party played. The constitution has played favorites with the political parties and has given them a double personality, one private, one public, right?
Okay.
The private is an association.
Yes.
It can be an association of lovers. But this time around, it's a political association in one end, but the moment it is registered, it assumes constitutional responsibility,
yes,
which is what?
Public.
To form the government of the day and recruit the personnel of the government. That is a public responsibility given to them. No other association has that privilege. It is only political parties that are given that privilege. So they are supposed to be serious-minded, organized, and with the capacity to perform those functions and that role. So I don't have anybody I don't have a grouse with anybody who says, in any case, irrespective of the orchestration, the posturing, we've gone to these elections, and the result of the election has marked them out, because they have not fulfilled the threshold. That is the law. But mind you, we're talking about what? Constitutional democracy that by itself too recognizes the opposition. The opposition is part and parcel
of the entire democratic structure,
democratic governance. Right? If you read those raw letters as they are, you have no problem with that. But if you factor this into consideration, factor the point that the only effective opposition today is the ADC. If you take away the ADC, I'm not guessing here, it's a factual reality. If you take away the ADC, you do not have an opposition.
The process of governance.
You do not have an opposition, and therefore you are more or less sanctioning a one-party system. That is why I'm saying, yes, the law says so, no doubt about it. I will not question or query any judex, any judge that would say the effect doesn't, I don't care about the effect. Mine is interpreted. And the law as it is, there is no aspect of it that is stupid. There is no aspect of it that is ambiguous. It's very plain. And my business is to interpret it the way it is. I won't say, oh. But I would go again to say, context-wise, within the time we are talking about, which is the campaign period, the election is next hour.
10 months away
from here, next year, right? And you now say you deregister ADC. Parties. If you deregister ADC, you have no business to leave any other party other than those parties that have one. That would be, you only leave what and what.
You leave maybe.
Labour has one governor, right? PDP has four. Is it four?
Yes.
For now.
Yes.
And as the time goes on,
Accord has one.
Has one. As the time goes on, I would be surprised if PDP loses more. You understand? And Accord, then all the others should go home. Right? I don't see that happen. I do not see that happening. I do not see INEC doing that. Because for INEC by itself, it has already projected the number of political parties, and I'm sure printing contracts would have already been on the works.
Yes.
Of course, they can roll back that, but I do not see INEC contemplating.
Let me ask you a very interesting question to me.
Yes.
I do not know how my viewer will take it. Can APC, by law, approach INEC to deregister these parties?
Why not? It has the locus. It has the locus to do that. You can. You're a tax-paying individual, right? That's what the law of mandamus, that's what he's saying. All you need to do, give them notice. But also, there is the other question which I don't want to go to, because that would be talking too legalistically, in the sense that if what INEC has is a discretion, not a duty, it will be difficult for you to order it to act one way or the other, right? I'm saying, yes, the provisions say you shall. That gives it an unfettered discretion. I do not think that it gives it an absolute duty that it does not have a mind on, or it does not have a decision on. No, it doesn't work like that. It's not a robotic provision. It's a provision that gives INEC, the manager of the elections, whose mandate it is to midwife midwife the occupants of what the elective offices in the country through the electionary process that they manage. I do not see it being left out of that provisions. His mind must situate itself to the reality.
Let me just draw a little bit outside of the law, but looking at experience and precedents.
Yes.
If the law, the Constitution gives INEC this responsibility, albeit discretionarily, why is it that over time our INEC seems to have been too shy of implementing it? Because the number of political parties, after 2017, when this issue was raised, that there were too many political parties now, and this provision was inserted into the Constitution to cure the process of that field of too many political parties. INEC doesn't seem to have been in a hurry to utilize these powers. Why do you think, is there any legal impediment, or just a matter of political consideration?
I'm happy that you've already answered the question, in the sense that, like I said, I started with, or I made a point that INEC is Nigerian. INEC feels and breathes the same air that you breathe. And INEC, when I say INEC here, and I mean the personnel of INEC, those who take decisions for INEC, they have to have a balance between what the raw letters of the Constitution and the spirit behind that Constitution. So they're striking a balance here, in the sense that yes, we have the discretion to do this, but sometimes, somehow, we let go for the sake of what? Democracy, and because we stand at a very critical threshold in our constitutional democracy. So it cannot be too
but those who insist, if you listen to our president, if you listen to our governors, if you listen to our legislators, if you listen to our lawyers, they will tell you that this country should be run by the rule of law.
Those are Austinians. Those are Austinians. When I say Austinian, there's a principle of law theory that says the law is wise enough to say what it means, and you, the interpreter of the law, has no business to question its cruelty, its immorality, or whatever. And the law should be what it is in the books, and that anything that is not in the books is not legal. Morality and the law should be separate. But over time, we've seen the other schools, the development that they have introduced into the law. Today we have fundamental rights to give a boundary between what?
The letters.
Yeah, to give a boundary between the individual and the state, and to protect one too from the caprice of his neighbor. All of these are efforts by people who do not see a reason why we should follow that Austinian theory absolutely. So over time, people have come in to infuse some other philosophical thoughts. They've taken into consideration the sociology of the people. They've taken into consideration so many other aspects that collectively form still part of the corpus of the law. For an example, let's start with criminal trials. After the law, perhaps you have what? A conviction. Before you go to the next stage, they would ask for what they call locutus, for let the now convicted person to tell why or not the maximum sentence should not be made. We understand. And sometimes they take that into consideration in lowering the sentence. And also, there are 1,000,001 people out there, or 1,001 people out there, all in the correctional centers across the country that have been sentenced to death. But the governors are shying away from that responsibility. They're there. And you are not saying that they are shirking that responsibility. What you would say is that they are Nigerians. They have conscience. They know that, yes, the law has done its part, but they can use their own discretion to infuse humanity into the process. You understand? So it's done. So I see INEC doing that. And INEC should even do that. Yes, sometimes it's part of the stick and carrot sort of a power that you have to say, hey, if you don't put your ass together, I'll take you off the table. It's a disciplinary power. And I do not see the gain that INEC would have when he wants to use it blindly and without any soul and conscience. So I go back to my position and my point that I do not see INEC doing that.
Okay, Sam doesn't see INEC doing that. This from the legal perspective. I said from the beginning that I'm going to be educated from the legal standpoint. I'm going to take a short break now. And when I return, I'll be dealing with this matter from the political perspective. And I'll be joined by the Inter-Party Advisory Council. We'll be talking about the politics of it. For now, let me thank Sam while I take a break. Sam, thank you very much. I took you out of your call.
Thank you very much.
Not to worry. You must go have your own meal because I'm not supposed to be doing that to you. Okay, we'll take a short break. I will return. The conversation continues. Please stay with us. Well, at the beginning of this program, I tried to read out the provisions of the 1999 Constitution, and I requested Sam Kagbo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to guide me, educate us. And I raised a number of questions, indeed, whether the step to go to court to compel INEC to deregister some political parties was not within the law. He said, yes, it was within the law. But in coming to a decision, you don't just consider the letters of the law. There are other contextual issues, sociological issues, political experience issues INEC must take account of before coming to conclusion. However, that is the law. What are the politics? Please allow me first to read out some developments, some of which I alluded to in the first part of this conversation. Now, a group known as the National Forum of Former Legislators has instituted a suit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, asking the court to compel INEC to deregister the African Democratic Congress ADC. After some time, the group amended its deregistration demand from the court to include some other parties. It identified those parties in its suit. Now, please, it is important, please let me note here that the National Forum of Former Legislators is a non-partisan organization. Non-partisan organization comprising of former legislators from the local governments, from the states, and from the federal legislature. Now, at their conference in Abuja recently with the theme National Unity and Nation Building Beyond 2020, Beyond 2031, that will be after 8 years of Tinubu's administration, if he continues, the group endorsed Bola Ahmed Tinubu as their sole candidate for the 2027 election. The group have been canvassing for a constitutional amendment to provide for a rotational presidency between the North and the South. Now, the endorsement of Tinubu plus their position on North-South rotational presidency within an 8-year period means that in the next election, this group does not want any other candidate from the South, from the North. It wants a Southern candidate. And among these Southern candidates, this group has endorsed Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, that is the political situation. And having the studio this afternoon, the second segment of this conversation, I have in the studio Dr. Dakbo. The second name now, Dakbo will tell me along the line. Dakbo, old age has come, I'm forgetting it. When you're 80 years, you don't remember very quickly.
Sir?
When you're 80 years,
yes,
you don't remember very quickly, do you?
No, you really try, sir.
You try.
Honestly.
Okay.
Sir. Honestly.
Dakbo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, this is the second segment of it.
Okay, maybe you said I should help guide you
yes.
to my name.
Now, I'm going to the politics of it.
Okay.
Let
me guide you according to my name. That's what you said.
Yeah, please kindly do that. Help me so that my colleagues out there,
my name is Dikbo
Olayoku. That's the right word. Olayoku.
So it is D, it is I, not A. That's the first name. Then Olayoku.
It's Olayoku.
D.
Okay, Dikbo, not Dikbo. Thank you.
Then the second name is Olayoku. There's no N there.
Yeah, Olayoku. Okay.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
So thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
We are in a very interesting times, especially as we progress towards 2027. As you have rightly said, I come to represent the IPAC as the National Treasurer of IPAC, and IPAC is the umbrella body for all the political parties, registered political parties in Nigeria.
By the way, please, if you don't get that acronym IPAC means Inter-Party Advisory Council. It means an umbrella body of all the political parties in
Nigeria. Yes, the journey towards 2027 has been very interesting. It is unfortunate that some group of individuals that claim to be past legislators will be creating unnecessary distraction now as we journey towards 2027. Interestingly, they claim to be non-partisan as part of their identity. But unfortunately, in another breath, they have come to endorse a candidate that is expected to take part in the 2027 election. Partisanship. Then two, it is unfortunate that all hands are on deck, or should be on deck, as to make sure that we have a seamless 2027 elections. But unfortunately, some individuals seem to be bent on creating confusion. The question you ask yourself, sir, and our viewers, the last election was in 2023, and this so-called non-partisan group waited until on the eve of the 2027 election to come up with their suit to compel INEC to register political parties that failed to win seats in the last election. You see, sir, the problem with some of our political actors is that when they think they are smart, unfortunately in their smartness, they exhibit some aspect of foolishness. I didn't mean to denigrate anybody. Because initially their suit was to attack a party. And the question here, what a coincidence, ADC. Looking at the trajectory of ADC, how ADC of yesterday became ADC of today. But all of a sudden, they remembered some other parties. And the question you ask yourself, sir, I'm aware that Accord is part of one of the parties they have taken to court. Sir, why did they wait until when the governor of Osun State crossed to Accord to emerge as their candidate? If we look at the shenanigans that followed immediately after the man decamped, until INEC now said, oh, we have recognized him as the candidate, they now quickly joined him in the suit. You see, our worry as the umbrella body of political parties is that we believe that whether you are a party in government or a party in the opposition, we are working for the progress of the country, and more importantly, the growth of our democracy. That is why in IPAC, our slogan is known as deepening democracy in Nigeria. And we believe that by deepening democracy in Nigeria, every individual is expected to take actions or engage in actions that will promote democracy, that will promote multi-party democracy, and that will give Nigerians choices when choosing the candidate of parties to support or to vote for. But when you have a situation where some people are bent on narrowing the space, then that one contravenes the slogan of IPAC itself. So IPAC will never be a party to such a move. Yet Constitution says, after elections, parties that fail to meet certain standard can be deregistered. And that responsibility is given solely to IPAC. To INEC. But INEC in its wisdom, because don't forget that, unfortunately for Nigeria, you don't have a rigid program of elections. You find a situation where elections in Nigeria is staggered, always around. It's either the local government election or what we call off-cycle election. Maybe it will interest our listeners that since 2023 election, there have been so many elections, beginning with Kogi in November 2023. Then from there we went to Anambra. Now we are going to Ekiti and Osun. INEC has been so preoccupied with organizing these elections. Now the question is, the man said, those people said they should deregister ADC. They should deregister Accord Party. But the big question you ask yourself is, as of today, ADC has senators in the National Assembly. ADC has House of Reps member in the House of Reps. The same thing when you go to the states, House of Assembly. Now, if per chance or peradventure, this party is deregistered, what happened to the members of that party in the National Assembly? Have they become partyless? Now, let's take the case of Zenith Labour Party.
Yes.
Today, in Abia State, if not all the local government chairmen, at least majority of the local government chairmen in Abia State are members of Zenith LP. Then if peradventure a court says to register them, what happens to those members? You see, that is why when we make moves or when we take steps, there's a need for us to look beyond the ordinary. That, okay, assuming this thing I'm taking to court, the court grants it. What happens to these people? So it is a pity because unfortunately they have presented themselves as working towards a goal which is not in the best interest of our country. And like I said initially, we in NIPAC, we believe that whatever steps we take as individuals or collectively, it should be towards deepening democracy in our dear country.
Let me just make an observation quickly, because you said something very interesting now. If Zenith Labour Party, for instance,
yes,
if ADC, for instance, is deregistered,
okay,
ADC has senators,
yes,
ADC has members of House members, ADC has legislators in the states by virtue of those who have joined them.
Yes, sir.
If the court grants that, and therefore they say your party has been deregistered because your belonging does not meet, you are not elected ab initio on that platform, what happens to all the governors who have decamped and who are not elected on
yes,
the platform?
according to the Nigerian Constitution, once an elected person successfully crosses over to another party, he begins to enjoy all the rights that is entitled to anybody who belongs to a political party. So, by defecting to these parties, I believe they have conveyed some rights on these political parties. Because that's why I asked the question. These people are now members of this party in the National Assembly, in the House of Assembly. If you deregister the political parties, what happens? And the constitution of Nigeria is very clear. Before you can contest an election, you must be a member of a political party. But now you are a member of a political party, and then the judge is saying that your party has been deregistered. I think those are the things the judges will take into consideration. Unfortunately, I didn't listen to the son when he was talking. Maybe those are the reasons, some of the things he's saying, that at times when you look at the Constitution, it is beyond the ordinary the wordings. There is something that the lawyers call letters of the Constitution. Maybe that is what the man is talking about. But let us see how the case is.
Let's look at the politics of it very quickly. What are the dangers in the political arrangement in this democracy of having to deregister political parties at the eve of an election?
Yes, that is why I was wondering. That's why I said in my opening remarks that this thing happened in 2023, the last election. Why did these people wait until some people have crossed to these political parties? You see, the danger, sir, and it is giving a very wrong signal. I pray it is a wrong signal. That some people are working in cahoots with the current government to ensure that there are no opposition candidates in the 2027 election. I wouldn't want to believe it. But everything considered looks like it. Unfortunately, these people that are dragging this matter seems to be affiliated to the current president. That is the unfortunate aspect of it. If they have not endorsed him, if they have done so on their own, they went to court without attaching any affiliation or relationship to the current president, it will have been looked at from different perspectives. But if they came together and said, we have adopted this person,
as a sole candidate,
and they are the ones that have gone to court over this matter, the tendency is there for an average Nigerian to believe, perhaps, it's the hand of Esau but the voice of Jacob. Perhaps. That is why it is very, very necessary for the president and the APC to distance themselves from this thing publicly and anyhow, because the signal is very, very dangerous. And unfortunately, there have been allegations against this government that they want to institute a one-party state in Nigeria. And if we look at it from the perspective of what these people who claim to be association of former legislators, as they claim to be, it doesn't give a very good optics at all. It is not giving good optics. But like I said, let us see how the judge will rule, because they said the judgment will be on the 24th of March.
we are going to be we are going to cover it as news people.
Okay.
But I hope I used to have a teacher, Dr. Olu Onagorowa. He was my law teacher in the university, and he said, be sure that you test the law. Test it. Don't stay in your studio on your newsroom and conjecture. Go and test it. Maybe when they test it, we'll then know the outcome.
Yeah, it is good to test the law. Because before 2007, there was this general belief that the president and the vice president must belong to the same political party, or that the governor and deputy governor must belong to the same political party. Until there was an issue between former President Olusegun Obasanjo and his vice. And the vice chairman the vice president had to defect to AC. And the matter became an issue. He went to court. And the Supreme Court, in their wisdom, said no. Yes, they were a joint ticket. They came into office together. But the vice president can belong to another political party. And that has become the law. So like you have said, sir, let's see how this one will go. But it is just the optics that people are looking at. Had it been, they did not associate themselves to the current president, it would have been a different ballgame. But if Yoruba will say, Ajakeleni, Omokulano, Lola, that is, the witch cried yesterday, and the baby died today. So there's this relationship.
Very, very uncanny
coincidence. Very. But like I said, let's see how the matter will go. Now, we are just looking as a political party, because we believe that our political parties under IPAC, we believe we are all members of one family. And when you see actions by outsiders that wants to truncate that cohesion within the IPAC, we get worried, because all the political parties that have been mentioned in the suit are members of IPAC. And so if anything happens to any of them, which they would think it is unjust, we should be worried. And I think an average Nigerian should be worried. Why are some people so scared of contestation in 2027? That is what is giving Nigerians worry. Nigerians have been enjoying multi-party democracy, multi-party elections since 2007 or since 1999. Yeah. Why are some people so fixated on we must have a sole candidature?
Let me make reference. Pardon me. I'm going to make reference to the credentials of the president. His credentials, political credentials over time, has, at least in the media, is that of accommodation, open space, competition, strategic handling and winning, and not muscling. Now, if Tinubu has democracy as a very big part of his career credential, I find it worrisome that open contest, from which has benefited over time, should become an issue 10 months to the next election. You in IPAC, does it give you any signal that smaller parties that have not won, are not in government, may feel a sense of, a mortal sense that the big parties, when they come to power, they just shred them and get them out of place? Because if the big party now has become a big elephant in the house and is cracking all the plates and pans, would the smaller parties not feel afraid?
I don't think this should be a source of worry to only political parties alone, but to all lovers of democracy. Because, like I said, since we started this current dispensation in 1999, political parties in opposition has never been this endangered. I am talking from experience. Since the advent of democracy in 1999, Opposition parties have never been this endangered. And you, just like you said, sir, considering the credentials of the current president, then you begin to ask yourself, where lies the problem? What is happening? Maybe there's need for us to start interrogating these credentials properly, to look at where the president was coming from. Because I remember that there had been this allegation even before now, that in Lagos State, where the president operated as a governor, that somehow it was difficult, and that it has been difficult for opposition parties to operate. There's been this new line of thought. But like I said, what many people know President ENUGU for is whatever, when we mention him, oh, he's a Democrat.
A Democrat.
That is what comes to mind. Because whenever anybody has any problem, either with his own political party in his state, he goes there and tries to provide a succor, so to speak. But like those who really felt the heat that time said, yes, some of them have been saying, we told you. This is what we experienced in Lagos State, but that is not even the issue. I think it is expected that by the time somebody ascends to the throne of a president, if you are talking about the patriotism, that should be his dictionary. So I wouldn't want to believe that there's a president that would deliberately want to kill multi-party system, because that is the beauty of democracy. And that is why he himself is today the president of Nigeria. Because if some people in the past had encouraged the killing, in quote, of multi-party system or multi-party democracy, I don't think the president would have been able to ascend the throne today. So that is those are the things I think the president and those people around him, because some people even believe that some of these things are being done by guys that are very close to the president, and the president is up there very busy, he might not even know what some of his boys are doing. But at least as people have been shouting on television, people have been shouting on radio, and it means that the thing has got into his ears. Because there was a video I was watching, I think sometime last week, where he said some people accuse him of killing opposition, that does he own a gun? So definitely
he has heard.
He has heard. And that is why we believe, like when they said, when a child is crying, pointing at a direction, a good mother should begin to look at that direction. So I think the president should look at that direction. Multi-party democracy is very beautiful. It gives people choice or choices. And then when we do anything that seems to put multi-party democracy in jeopardy, I think as a Nigerian we should be worried.
Now, Dr. Debo, let me ask you, will you be alarmed if to hear that the principal actors on behalf of this Nigerian Forum of Former Legislators resides in the National Assembly, is working under the legislature? Legislature is supposed to be the biggest symbol of multi-party democracy. Will you be alarmed to know that the very face and body of this forum heading to court operates from the legislature?
I don't think Nigerians will be surprised, because unfortunately, and I hope the legislators, especially the members of the National Assembly, are watching this program, there's need for them to change their posture, because there's a general belief among Nigerians that the current National Assembly does not seem to actually be living up to that name. Unfortunately, I am aware that some of them are aware too, and that is why on the floor of the National Assembly, they always make reference to what people are saying outside. A lot of Nigerians believe that this National Assembly is like an extension of the Aso Rock. That is just the truth of the matter. That is why you hear terminologies like rubber stamp. Some people even call them photocopy. And you see, some of what many Nigerians don't understand is that whatever we do today is for the history to record and then to reckon with us. They might be enjoying the office today. They might be enjoying whatever they have getting from being the so-called rubber stamp. But what will people say about you tomorrow? Today, people talk about Martin Luther King. Today. This is a man who died several years back in a country about thousands of kilometers away from Nigeria. When we are talking of certain things, you still make reference to him. And that should be the primary aim of people in office today. People talk about Nelson Mandela. If the man has lived a life that is not straightforward, they won't be making reference to him. Very correct. So I think that should be the issue. If those who want to kill multi-party democracy seem to have a shield in the National Assembly, I think it's just one of the problems we are having in this country. But I think National Assembly, like I said in the earlier, those people said they have endorsed the president. Let the president come out openly and say, no, I don't know anything about what they are doing. And let National Assembly say, no, you cannot, we can't harbor you and you are doing this to democracy. But a National Assembly that celebrates, that jubilates, when members of the opposition cross over to them, I don't think they will be very happy if we have a one-party state from the way they are doing things. But like I said, as IPAC, we believe so much in deepening democracy. We believe so much in multi-party democracy, and that is why we continue to talk to members of political parties under IPAC to strive towards sustaining this multi-party democracy.
Well, the National Treasurer Inter-Party Advisory Council, Dr. Dikbo Awoyoku, we were speaking with him in the second part of this conversation this morning. The same issue, and that is those who have headed to the courts to try to force INEC to deregister political parties. Dr. Dikbo says it is not in the interest of multi-party democracy. This conversation never ends. Tomorrow, we still face another issue. For now, let's thank Dr. Dikbo for coming. Dr. Dikbo, thank you very much
pleasure,
for finding time to join us.
Thank you, sir.
Now, tomorrow morning, we'll still be confronting another issue on this program. My name is Mwabose Njoko. Let me wish you a wonderful day. Have a happy morning.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
America,
I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. Just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week. from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce Biological Weapons Convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles. To get up, they go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done in the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby, drill, and that's what we're doing. We're going to be much lower in a year from now. But they've come way down over the last year. As a result, every air conditioner is like very uncommon to see one in some of these countries because the electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, that's a lot, Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year because the costs are so expensive you can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all about? That's not Europe. That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our number, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Obi rallies Nigerians to resist one-party system, defend democracy. UNDP's University Innovation Program takes off with AI Unipod at Unilag. Iran says talks with US will begin with Pakistan's Islamabad on Friday. And Netanyahu says US-Iran ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Former presidential candidate Peter Obi has called on Nigerians to rise in defense of the nation's democracy, warning against any attempt to establish a one-party system. Obi made the call in a statement shared on his official social media platform, where he said members and leaders of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, alongside other concerned Nigerians, are united in their resolve to safeguard democratic principles. He stressed that the survival of Nigeria's democracy depends on the collective will of citizens committed to unity, peace, and national security. Obi warned that any move towards a one-party state poses a serious threat to political diversity and democratic development in the country. He called on Nigerians who believe in the nation's unity and stability to join in resisting such efforts. Reiterating his message of hope, Obi urged citizens to remain steadfast in their belief in a better Nigeria, insisting that positive change remains possible. The ENUGU State Governor, Peter Mbah, has called on Nigerian youths to remain grounded in faith, purpose, and patriotism, despite prevailing socio-economic challenges. He made the call at the Joshua Generation International Youth Conference held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
It was a convergence of faith, inspiration, and youthful energy as participants from across the world gathered under one roof for the Joshua Generation International Youth Conference with the theme, Rooted in Christ. The event, organized by the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, brought together young people, clergy, and thought leaders committed to shaping a value-driven generation. Addressing the gathering, Governor Peter Mba challenged youth to rise above current realities and build strong expectations anchored on their dreams and aspirations. He commended the church for its long-standing communal development, particularly in education and healthcare, noting that its value of discipline, integrity, and service remains critical in nation building. The governor stressed that being rooted in Christ provides a solid foundation for navigating life's uncertainties without losing direction.
To be rooted is to have a center, to draw nourishment from something deeper than circumstance. It means that when the world shifts, and it will, you are not lost in it.
Governor Mba described Nigeria as one of the youngest nations in the world, endowed with immense human capital and national resources. He, however, cautioned that unchanneled youthful energy could breed frustration and social instability. The governor urged youth to harness their talent productively and resist the growing Japa mentality, encouraging them instead to contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's development.
When you step out from this arena, you're stepping into an emerging ecosystem that wants your ideas, your passion, your intelligence. Your future is no longer confined to where you are. It is shaped by what you can do. And it challenges the belief that you must leave Ojaba in order to succeed.
The governor further called on stakeholders, including government, parents, religious leaders, and educators, to work collaboratively in shaping the minds of young people. According to him, sustainable development depends largely on the creativity, innovation, and sense of purpose of the young generation. Highlights of the event included special prayers offered for the governor by Anglican bishops, as well as interactive sessions and fellowship activities. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
In a move aimed at easing the economic burden on small-scale traders, the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, has ordered the immediate and indefinite suspension of daily toll collections from petty traders operating without lock-up shops across the state. The decision forms part of the administration's broader tax reform agenda, focused on promoting ease of doing business and supporting low-income earners. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
For years, petty traders across markets in Enugu State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere